Tonight, we drift into a different kind of haunting. Not the kind that slips out of a mirror, or waits at the end of a hallway, or rises from the corners of an empty house. No, this one sits closer, older, more familiar, like the sound of a chair creaking when no one's sitting in it, or the faint smell of a cigarette from someone who hasn't lit one in years, someone who hasn't been here in years. This is a story about legacy, about the weight we inherit and the hands that still guide us long after they've let go. So if you're listening in bed tonight, if your room feels just a little colder than it should, if the walls feel like they're paying attention, don't be afraid. Some presences don't come back to frighten us. Some return only when they think we're walking toward a mistake they can't let us make. And in a certain old house at the edge of a quiet winter town, a young man named Mark Delaney is about to learn that a promise doesn't end with a heartbeat. Sometimes family looks after you, even when they shouldn't be able to. Settle in, let the room go dim, let your breathing slow, and listen closely, because tonight's haunting is not about fear. It's about being interrupted by someone who loved you too much to stay gone. Story 1. The first night Rowan Halberg slept in his new apartment, he realized the room was not entirely empty, even though the movers had left hours ago, and every piece of furniture still smelled faintly of cardboard and dust. He could feel something else lingering in the air, something that breathed in the spaces between walls, something patient. The building itself was old but not decrepit, a narrow brick structure squeezed between a laundromat and a stationery store, the kind of place people walked past every day without noticing the uneven railings or the cracked marble tiles near the entrance. Yet Rowan had chosen it for the quiet. After years of city noise thrumming through his bones, he wanted a space where the night finally felt like night. But the quiet he found was not the peaceful silence he had imagined. It was a heavy, muffled quiet, the kind that felt padded, pressed down, almost held in place. And it followed him the entire day as he arranged his belongings, stacking books on shelves, hanging coats by the door, finding corners for objects he had not touched in years. When he finally reached the last item, an oak chest roughly the length of his outstretched arms, scarred by decades of scratches and a faded brass plate, he hesitated. He had nearly left it behind in his childhood home, buried beneath soft quilts and forgotten holiday decorations. But something about it tugged at him, a subtle insistence he couldn't explain. The chest had been with his family for generations, passed from his grandmother to his mother, and now, inadvertently, to him. As a child, he never opened it. He was told not to, though the warnings came without reasons. "It holds memories," his grandmother once said, her voice trembling in a way that frightened him even more than any ghost story could. Now, as he dragged the chest across the polished floor of the apartment, the wood groaned under its own weight, producing a low creak that reverberated far deeper than seemed possible for a wooden box. Rowan paused, his fingers resting on the cool brass plate. He wasn't sure if the shiver that crawled up his arms was from the draft seeping under the windowsill or something else entirely. Later that night, after he had washed up and closed the blinds against the thin wash of streetlight outside, Rowan lay on his bed with the window slightly cracked. The distant hum of cars drifted faintly upward, softened by the early hours, blending with the quiet rasp of the old building settling. He found his breathing syncing with the rhythm of the place, slow and tired, and that was when he first felt it, a pressure, sudden and inexplicable, as though a hand had pressed firmly against the center of his chest. His eyes were open, yet his body refused to respond. His limbs were pinned, unmoving. Even his breath came in shallow, trembling sips that scraped at the back of his throat. He tried to swallow, but his jaw wouldn't cooperate. For a moment he thought he had jolted awake from a nightmare. But no, this was not the murky confusion of half-sleep. This was sharp, clear, too real. The room around him was still, untouched by dream logic. The blinds swayed slightly from the breeze. The corner lamp stood dark and inert. The oak chest sat beneath the window, its silhouette unmistakable, a solid block of shadow against the faint glow that bled through the curtains. But then Rowan saw it. Something else stood in the room with him. At first, it looked like the vague outline of a person, the kind of illusion that flickers at the edge of exhausted eyes. But as his vision steadied, sharpening painfully, over the next few seconds, the outline darkened, tightened, and became unmistakably human tall, spindly, still. It stood near the far corner of the room, where the shadows pooled, its head tilted slightly downward as though it were examining the floor. Rowan's heartbeat hammered once, twice, then slipped into a panicked stutter. The pressure on his chest intensified. He tried to scream, but his throat refused to make a sound. His tongue felt glued in place. The figure didn't move, didn't shift, didn't breathe, in fact. He couldn't even be certain it had a face, but he sensed its attention shifting toward him. There was no sound, yet something like the faint scrape of fabric brushing against wood grazed the floor, followed by a whisper of coldness that swept across his bare arms, prickling every hair along his skin. His vision tunneled. The corners of the room dissolved into deeper shadow, and all he could focus on was the figure's unnatural stillness. Seconds stretched. He lost track of how long he lay there, trapped between consciousness and paralysis, unable to escape the feeling that the figure was waiting for him to blink, waiting for him to move, waiting for anything it could use as an invitation. Eventually, he didn't know when the weight lifted. Not gradually, not like air slowly lightening after a storm. It released him all at once, like a held breath exhaled in a single indifferent sigh. Rowan jerked upright, gasping, shoving himself backward against the headboard. His chest burned, his shoulders ached. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The corner was empty. The silhouette was gone. Only the oak chest remained. He sat there, for a long time, staring at the wooden box, listening to the faint throb of his heartbeat echo against the quiet walls. He wanted to convince himself it was sleep paralysis, the common kind, the rational kind, something explained in late-night documentaries and medical articles, but the sensation had been too sharp, too deliberate, too aware. He had felt the coldness of breath near his ear, the unspoken intention inside that shadow, and then, almost mockingly, the chest creaked. Just once, soft but undeniable. Rowan flinched so hard that his knuckles scraped against the headboard. The noise had come from the direction of the chest, a small shift in its wooden frame as though it had adjusted slightly under its own weight. He stared at it until his vision blurred with exhaustion. Eventually, he slid back down, keeping the lamp on this time. Yet even as the warm light filled the room, spreading across the bed and dimming the edges of the walls, the silence remained oppressive, as though something in the apartment held its breath. He barely slept. And when he did drift off for a few restless minutes, it was with the unshakable feeling that the darkness was watching him from just beyond the lamplight's reach. Rowan woke the next morning with the kind of heaviness that clung to him like a damp coat, the weight of the previous night sinking into his bones in slow, uncomfortable pulses. He couldn't tell whether he had slept at all, or if he had simply drifted in and out of shallow half-dreams, where shadows tangled themselves with memories until nothing felt entirely separate. Even now, as he sat on the edge of the mattress, rubbing the grit from his eyes, he could still sense the echo of that paralysis lingering in his muscles, like a bruise beneath the skin. The lamp was still on, washing the room in the tired warmth of light bulbs that had been burning all night, creating a soft halo around the bed that did nothing to comfort him. The oak chest remained where it had always been, pushed against the wall under the window, its brass plate reflecting a dull slice of morning light. It looked almost harmless in daylight, just an old family keepsake, a relic of a past that didn't belong in the present. And yet, every time Rowan's gaze drifted toward it, something in his stomach tightened. The memory of that scraping whisper on the wooden floor swept through him, leaving behind a jolt of cold that made his fingers curl inward. He tried to resume his day as if nothing had happened. He brewed coffee that tasted far too bitter, unpacked a few kitchen items, turned on the radio only to turn it off again when the chatter felt too loud. He paced the apartment with a nervous energy he couldn't shake, pausing by windows, listening to noises in the hallway, waiting for something he couldn't name. But every time he returned to the bedroom doorway, the room felt subtly altered, as though some presence had moved through it during the early morning hours and rearranged the atmosphere. leaving fingerprints on the silence. By late afternoon, he found himself sitting on the floor near the bed, staring at the chest again, studying its carved edges and worn hinges. His phone lay beside him on the carpet. For several minutes, he only stared at the blank screen, reluctant to unlock it, as if doing so would admit he was afraid, that he needed to reach out to someone. Eventually, he exhaled and dialed. The ringing tone crackled faintly before a familiar voice answered. "Rowan?" "Yeah," he whispered, surprised by how hoarse he sounded. "It's me." There was a pause on the other end. A subtle tightening of breath he recognized instantly. "You sound off. Is everything okay?" He hesitated, choosing his words with care, aware of the fragile line between recounting a strained experience and sounding completely irrational. "I didn't want to panic you," he murmured, "but something happened last night." The sleep paralysis came back. Another pause, longer this time. When Lila finally spoke, her voice had shifted into something sharper, more deliberate. "It came back? After all these years?" Rowan nodded, even though she couldn't see him. "It wasn't like before. It felt intentional. Like something was in the room, standing there." She didn't interrupt, didn't laugh, didn't tell him it was just stress or exhaustion. Instead, she spoke softly, as though she were afraid of waking something. "You brought the chest with you, didn't you?" Rowan's breath caught. "Yeah, it's old, Ro. Older than we were ever told. Older than the stories grandmother used to hint at. Do you remember when we were younger, and I used to have those episodes? The ones where I said someone was sitting at the foot of my bed?" He did remember. Too clearly. He remembered waking to Lila's muffled crying. Remembered the night she crawled into his room shivering, while he made space for her at the foot of his mattress. Remembered the way their mother always spoke about those episodes as night terrors, never allowing the children to discuss it further. Their grandmother, however, had only shaken her head with a resigned sadness that Rowan didn't understand until he was much older. Lila exhaled shakily on the other end of the line. "When the episode stopped, it was the same week you moved the chest into your room. I didn't realize the connection until years later." A cold sensation crawled along Rowan's spine. "Are you saying it moved? From you to me?" "I'm saying everything that grandmother refused to talk about might not have been superstition. She always said objects remember things. Some remember grief, some remember people, and some remember what was taken from them." Well, Rowan stared at the chest, as though it might stir at the sound of her words. "What am I supposed to do with it?" he whispered. "Don't get rid of it," Lila said quickly, almost urgently. "That was the first mistake I made. I tried pushing it into the garage, covering it, ignoring it. But whatever clings to it, it doesn't like being displaced. It wants attention. Attention." The word felt weighted. Before he could ask more, Lila's voice softened. "Rowan, whatever you do, don't sleep flat on your back tonight. That was always the worst position." He swallowed hard. "Okay, and if it comes back, then you need to acknowledge it. Not out loud. Just don't pretend it isn't there." He didn't sleep much that night. He lay on his side, curled slightly, burying his hands beneath the pillow, trying to keep his breathing even. The lamp was on again, spreading a pale wash of amber over the room, casting long, warped shadows that trembled with the faint breeze. The chest was angled slightly after he had moved it earlier, though he didn't remember hearing any sound when he shifted it. For a long time, nothing happened. The quiet stretched, soft but tense, like the stillness just before heavy rainfall. Rowan's eyes drifted toward the blinds, watching faint shapes of headlights sweep across them whenever a car passed below. The repetition was oddly hypnotic, almost soothing, and he felt his body begin to relax. Then the room cooled. Not sharply, not like a gust of wind. It was more like the air thickened and sank, drawing the warmth out slowly, deliberately, as though the apartment itself had inhaled and forgotten to exhale. Rowan's breath quivered. His fingers twitched beneath the pillow. A soft pressure touched the space between his ribs. No, not again. His lungs tightened. Something pricked lightly at the back of his neck. a sensation like standing too close to a cold window. His eyes remained open, wide with terror even as his body betrayed him. He couldn't move, not even an inch. His heartbeat pulsed against the side of his head, each throb echoing through the paralysis that bound him. He tried to wiggle a toe, something, anything, but his limbs were locked, heavy and unresponsive. This time, he didn't immediately look toward the corner. He didn't need to. Something had shifted on the edge of his vision, a disturbance in the shadows near the floor, not where it had stood the night before. Slowly, as if drawn by an invisible thread, the shadows reshaped themselves. A long, narrow silhouette stretched upward, unfolding like a thin figure rising from a crouch. It moved without sound, without hesitation, its outline sharper than the darkness around it, its presence solid and wrong. Rowan's breath hitched painfully. The figure was closer than before, too close, standing not in the corner but near the foot of his bed. He felt the mattress dip, barely, a whisper of weight shifting the fabric, pressing it downward as though something unseen had placed its hand there. A tremor shot through his chest. He willed his fingers to move, but they remained frozen. He tried to scream, but the sound died before it could form. The figure leaned forward. Not fully, just enough. He sensed, rather than saw, its attention tracing the line of his shoulders, the contours of his face. The cold intensified around his arms, brushing lightly, almost curiously, against the curve of his elbow. It wasn't touching him yet. It was close enough to feel. He couldn't breathe. No, he was breathing, but each inhale was shallow, tight, as if something had placed a barrier over his lungs. His eyes stung from being open too wide, tears collecting at the corners. Seconds stretched. Seconds became minutes. Minutes became something else entirely. Something formless and frightening. Then, with excruciating slowness, the figure moved again. It slid no footsteps, no shift of air, just slid, as though drifting across the floorboards. Its height was impossible. Its limbs seemed elongated, almost marionette-like, trailing behind as if connected by unseen strings. It stopped directly beside the bed. Rowan felt its presence settle above him, casting a chill so intense he could smell the faint, metallic scent of frozen air, like the inside of an old cellar. His lungs spasmed. The figure leaned closer until he sensed it hovering just inches from his face. And then, a sound, soft, barely audible, a dry exhale. Not his. Close enough that it brushed his cheek like a cold whisper. Rowan's vision blurred. Panic surged. His heart pounded against the paralysis holding him down. Move, move, move. He didn't know if it was instinct, desperation, or the faint memory of Lila's words. But something inside him screamed for release, and suddenly, violently, he gasped, jerking sideways off the bed. His body crashed onto the floor, breaking the paralysis in a painful jolt. He scrambled backward, breath ragged, pressing himself against the far wall. The room was empty. The space beside the bed was untouched. The air, however, remained colder than before, frigid, dense, buzzing faintly like static after lightning. And the oak chest, it wasn't where he left it. It had shifted, just slightly, angled toward the bed as though something had nudged it, or climbed out of it. Rowan pressed a trembling hand to his mouth, staring at the chest until the lamplight flickered, bending its shadow across the floor like a dark, reaching hand. He didn't sleep again that night. He doubted he would sleep easily ever again. Rowan waited until the sky had completely surrendered its last traces of daylight, before gathering enough resolve to approach the chest again. It wasn't bravery, not quite. It was more like the ache of dread that had swollen in his ribs, demanded an answer, demanded movement, demanded anything other than lying awake night after night waiting for the figure to appear again. He had spent the entire day pacing through the apartment like a trapped spirit, unable to concentrate on food, phone calls, or the steady procession of people passing in the hallway. Every sound echoed slightly, amplified to the point where even the creak of the refrigerator startled him. But the chest remained silent, unmoving, almost patient. By the time evening bled into midnight, Rowan had placed the lamp directly beside him on the carpet, casting a circle of light around the chest as though illumination might erect a barrier the darkness could not cross. He settled onto the floor cross-legged, exhaling a breath that felt too cold for the room. The shadows flickered at the edges of the light's reach, shifting in ways they shouldn't, yet he forced himself not to glance toward the bed, not to think of the narrow silhouette that had hovered inches from his face only hours ago. His palms rested on the lid of the chest. The wood was cooler than he expected. Not the coolness of material untouched all day, but something deeper, something that felt as though it had been absorbing cold from inside rather than out. The grain under his fingertips felt raised and uneven, like old scars. That alone nearly made him pull his hands back, but he steadied himself and leaned closer, listening. Nothing. Only the faint hum of a street lamp outside, the muffled whoosh of cars passing in the distance. Rowan unlatched the brass clasp. The click rang louder than it should have, echoing through the apartment like a sound breaking through underwater. He froze, holding his breath, waiting for the sudden rush of cold that had accompanied every appearance of the shadow figure. But the air remained still. Slowly, carefully, he lifted the lid. The smell reached him first. Not rot, not mold, not anything overtly unpleasant. It was the scent of aged fabric, dry paper, and something metallic, faint and ghostly, like the lingering whisper of rainwater on iron gates. A soft gust of trapped air escaped the chest, brushing across his face, and for a moment he swore he felt a presence lean in close, as if watching him peer inside. The interior wasn't filled with treasures or relics or anything remarkable enough to match the fear that had wrapped itself around the chest. Instead, it was a simple collection of time. Folded blankets from his grandmother's house, stacked letters tied with string, a tarnished hair comb, a chipped ceramic cup whose purpose had been lost decades ago. All ordinary, all harmless, until his gaze caught on the smallest item tucked into the corner, half buried beneath a layer of dust. A photograph. Rowan hesitated before reaching for it, his fingers trembling slightly as he brushed away the dust that clung to its surface. The edges were frayed, the corners curled. The image faded to a muted sepia tone. At first glance, it looked like a portrait of a young man in an old military uniform. Tall, slender, posture stiff, with the unnatural rigidity of formal photographs from long ago. His face, however, was blurred, not by damage, but as though the camera had captured motion rather than stillness. As though he had shifted at the last second, turning his head slightly away, leaving the impression of a sharp jawline, a narrow chin, and hollowed eyes shrouded in shadow. Rowan frowned. The insignia on the uniform was unfamiliar, the cut of the coat far older than anything he recognized. The young man's hands hung stiffly at his sides, long fingers curled inward as if braced against cold. The background was indistinct, a haze of dark brushstrokes that made it impossible to tell whether the photograph had been taken outdoors or inside a dimly lit room. On the back of the photograph, a few words were scrawled in ink that had almost completely faded. Return what was taken. A chill pricked down Rowan's spine with the same precision as the night's paralysis. He turned the photograph back over, staring at the blurred face again. The proportions were unmistakable. Too tall, too thin, shoulders slightly hunched, as though the body struggled to support itself. And though the image contained no movement, Rowan felt certain he recognized the outline. The figure from his room. His fingers tightened nervously around the photograph, the edges biting into his skin. Was this the presence that had plagued him? The one that had hovered at the foot of his bed? The one whose cold breath had brushed against his cheek? And if so, what did return what was taken mean? He placed the photograph carefully on the carpet and returned to the chest, rummaging through its contents with a mix of dread and determination. The blankets smelled faintly of lavender. The letters bore postmarks from towns he'd never heard of. The comb's teeth were worn smooth from decades of use. Nothing else seemed to belong to the young man in the photograph. Nothing tied the shadow figure to his family. Unless it wasn't about the objects. Unless it was about the chest itself. He sat back, heart pounding, remembering the way the chest had shifted earlier in the night, the subtle scrape of wood against floorboards. He remembered Lila's voice, tight and anxious, warning him not to get rid of it, Objects remember, she'd said. Some of them remember what was taken. Some remember what they lost. What did you lose? Rowan whispered, though he didn't expect an answer. But the room seemed to lean in around him, the air thickening as if the question had stirred something awake. The shadows trembled in the corners, gathering quietly, stretching outward toward the dim halo of the lamp. Rowan's throat tightened. He could feel the familiar pressure forming across his chest again, faint but growing, as though the presence had been nearby all along, merely waiting for something: permission, acknowledgement, or the right question. He stood abruptly, backing away from the chest until his shoulders pressed against the edge of the bed. For a moment, he contemplated calling Lila again, asking her if she had ever found something similar in the chest or if she had seen any sign of the young man during her childhood episodes. But another part of him knew the connection went deeper than anything a phone call could solve. Something in this apartment, the silence itself, was holding its breath. A sudden thump broke the stillness. Rowan's gaze snapped toward the chest, but it hadn't moved. The sound hadn't come from it. Instead, it came from the wall behind him. Slow, heavy, as though something had pressed a hand against the drywall from the other side. The floor beneath his feet seemed to shiver, the faintest vibration running through it in delicate, unsettling waves. Then another thump, closer, higher, almost level with his head. The pressure on his chest returned, stronger now, building like a weight pressing down on his ribs. Rowan stumbled forward, trying to shake it off, but the sensation only intensified. The air grew colder, settling over him like an invisible blanket soaked in winter rain. His fingers numbed, his breath turned shallow. He backed toward the lamp, instinctively reaching for its base, desperate for light, more light, as if that alone could anchor him. His hand brushed the metal stand, but before he could steady himself, the lamp flickered violently, the bulb stuttering in rapid pulses that splashed the room with disjointed flashes of brightness and darkness. In the brief bursts of light, he saw it, a tall, thin silhouette, standing behind the chest, its limbs stretched unnaturally long, fingers trailing just above the floor, head hanging forward, as though the neck struggled to hold its weight. Its face was hidden in shadow, but the outline was unmistakable, the same as the blurred man in the photograph, the same as the figure that had stood at the foot of his bed. The lamp stuttered again. The silhouette leaned forward, close, closer. Rowan's breath fractured. His vision swam. His hand slammed against the lamp switch, extinguishing the flickering entirely. For a heart-stopping moment, the room plunged into complete darkness, and in that darkness, Rowan felt it. A presence, inches from his face, not touching him, but close enough that the cold radiating from it pierced through his skin like needles. His lungs seized, his legs buckled. He scrambled across the floor, desperate for space, for distance, for anything that resembled safety. His fingers closed around the edge of the photograph, and in the moment he touched it, the air shifted. The cold withdrew slightly, like a breath being pulled back. The pressure on his chest loosened. He clutched the photograph with both hands, shaking. Almost instantly, the room stilled, not warm but no longer lethal, not empty but no longer suffocating. Something in the shadows moved back, settling into a shape he could not fully see. He sensed eyes watching him, waiting, but no longer reaching for him. Rowan swallowed hard, staring at the photograph's blurred face in the dim glow of the streetlight. He didn't know who the young man was. He didn't know what had been taken from him. But he knew the presence wasn't random. It wasn't senseless. It wasn't simply haunting him. It wanted something back. And Rowan, cursed with the chest, with the insomnia, with the inherited silence, was now the one who had to return it. Rowan barely remembered how he got off the floor after the presence receded. Time had warped again, stretching and folding in on itself the way it often did after a bout of paralysis, and he drifted through the apartment like a man wading through deep water. He turned on every light he could find, kitchen, hallway, bathroom, until the rooms formed a trembling patchwork of amber halos, none of which quite dispelled the lingering heaviness in the air. The photograph trembled between his fingers, its frayed edges cutting into his skin every time his hand shook. He knew he would not sleep that night. He doubted he would even attempt to. Yet instinct pushed him back into the bedroom, back toward the source of every dread that had settled on his ribs. The chest waited exactly where he'd left it, angled toward the bed as though listening for him. The lid was still open, casting a deep rectangle of darkness across the contents inside. Something about that darkness felt deeper than the rest of the room, as though it belonged to something older, colder, and infinitely patient. Rowan lowered himself onto the edge of the bed, holding the photograph loosely between his hands. He studied the blurred figure again, tall, narrow, uncanny in its proportions. The blurred face had always bothered him, but now, after seeing the silhouette in the flickering lamplight, he understood why. The photograph did not depict a man turning his head. It depicted something incapable of holding still, something whose very shape resisted the stillness required of photographs. It had always been moving, even in that frozen moment, even decades ago. Return what was taken. The words on the back of the photograph pulsed in his mind like a heartbeat. What had been taken, and from whom? He closed his eyes and tried to summon memories of his grandmother, not the warm ones, but the strange moments he'd chosen not to question when he was young. Nights when she would stand at the foot of his bed longer than necessary after tucking him in. The way she always kept her bedroom door ajar, leaving a wedge of amber hallway light as though keeping watch over something she didn't trust. The faint creak of the oak chest in the middle of the night, even when no one touched it. He had been too young to understand then, but the memory now sparked with a clarity that made his stomach twist. She wasn't watching him. She was watching it, or what it held, or what clung to it. He stared down at the chest again. Something inside shifted. Soft, barely audible, but enough. Rowan went still, every muscle in his body tightening without permission. He held his breath, listening. The room was silent, except for the faint hum of the hallway light through the open door. Then, a second shift. Deeper, heavier. His mouth went dry. He rose slowly from the bed, placing the photograph on the mattress as though he couldn't risk bringing even its slight weight closer to the chest. He moved toward the lamp, steadying himself on the nightstand, then approached the chest with that same reluctant bravery one uses when leaning over the mouth of a well. The lid was still open, but it no longer looked inert. Something about the angle of the hinges felt tense, like jaws waiting to snap shut. Rowan felt an irrational urge to close it, to deny whatever stirred inside, but something anchored his feet to the floor. The air had thickened again, pressing around him like invisible fabric. He reached in. His hand trembled violently, but he reached in. He removed each object carefully, the blankets, the letters, the comb, the chipped cup, until the wooden bottom of the chest lay exposed. There was nothing else inside. Nothing that could have made the sound. Nothing that explained the weight in the room. He exhaled shakily and leaned closer to peer into the empty base. That was when the chest moved. Not the lid, the entire chest. It shifted an inch forward, just enough for Rowan to feel the thud reverberate through the floorboards, just enough to make his heart nearly seize in his throat. He stumbled backward, tripping on the edge of the carpet, slamming against the side of the bed. The chest paused, as if listening, as if deciding. Then, with brutal finality, the lid slammed shut. The crack of wood hitting wood shook the air, echoing through the apartment like a gunshot. Rowan flinched so hard he felt something in his neck pull. The photograph fell off the bed, fluttering to the floor like a wounded insect. Silence swallowed everything that followed. A deep, suffocating silence that felt inherited, ancient. The very same silence that had seeped through his childhood home without explanation. Rowan pushed himself upright, breath ragged, eyes fixed on the chest as though it might leap toward him. A tremor rippled through the floor, barely perceptible but unmistakable. The lights flickered once, then steadied, and then the pressure returned, first on his chest, then his throat, then across his entire torso, like a cold slab of stone being pressed onto him. He gasped, collapsing onto the bed as the weight intensified. His limbs stiffened, paralyzed not by sleep but by something deliberate, oppressive, ancient. He tried to scream, but only a thin rasp escaped. His vision blurred as tears involuntarily welled at the corners of his eyes. The air grew bitterly cold. His breath puffed in shallow clouds. Something creaked near the edge of the room. The same sound the presence had made nightly, a soft, dragging scrape across the wooden floor. But this time, Rowan couldn't move. He couldn't curl away. He couldn't react. He felt it before he saw it. A shift in weight at the foot of the bed, subtle, barely perceptible, like someone slowly lowering themselves onto the mattress, testing its give. His breath hitched painfully. The bed dipped again, and again, each movement closer, closer, closer. Then he saw the shape, not standing this time, but crawling. The tall silhouette, elongated and hunched, pulled itself onto the bed with movements that were too precise, too deliberate, like a body puppeted by invisible strings. Its limbs unfolded across the blankets, jointed in places a human shouldn't bend, the long fingers splaying like pieces of shadow across Rowan's legs. He felt the weight settle onto his knees, then his thighs, then slowly, horribly across his abdomen. The shadow didn't simply lean or hover. It pressed down with a crushing heaviness that forced the air from Rowan's lungs, making his ribs creak under the strain. He wheezed, tears streaking his temples. The figure continued to crawl. Up his chest. Closer. Closer. He felt the cold of it through his shirt. A cold that seeped into his bones, stealing the heat from his blood. The weight pinned him completely, immobilizing him with terrifying efficiency. His heart hammered wildly, but its frantic rhythm only seemed to attract the figure's focus. The shadow leaned its face toward his. He couldn't see eyes, there were none. He couldn't see features, there were none. But he could feel attention. A hollow, resentful attention. The weight of a presence long denied something it was owed. The words on the photograph burned through his skull. Return what was taken. Rowan gasped, barely able to breathe. What do you want? The words escaped in a hoarse whisper. The figure lowered its head until the absence of its face hovered inches above his own. He felt the cold exhale again, this time damp and heavy, as though the presence breathed with lungs filled with stagnant cellar air. The room darkened at the edges, shadows thickening into viscous shapes that writhed along the walls. The figure's weight increased. Rowan fought for air. His ribcage strained painfully. Something inside him snapped, not physically but mentally, a sudden clarity erupting through the haze of terror. The chest, the photograph, the words, everything pointed to the same answer. You were taken, he whispered, barely audible. Something took you. Something denied you rest. And the pressure on his chest faltered slightly, confusion or attention shifting. The figure's head tilted, a jittering movement too fast to follow. Rowan felt the weight decrease just enough for a thin gasp of air to slip into his lungs. And then he spoke the words that came to him without explanation. Words that felt inherited, passed down through the same silence that had haunted his family for generations. I see you. I acknowledge you. You're not forgotten. The weight shuddered. A ripple moved through the figure. Like a tremor of emotion, grief, rage, longing, he couldn't tell. Its limbs convulsed, not violently, but in a wavering, uncertain way, as though the shadow did not know how to hold itself anymore. The pressure lifted, slowly, torturously. The figure peeled itself away from his chest, retreating into a crouched position at the foot of the bed. Rowan gasped hungrily for air, clutching the blankets with trembling fingers. The shadow lingered for a moment, head tilted, long fingers resting lightly on the bedspread as though awaiting something more. Then, in a single fluid motion, it turned its faceless head toward the chest. The lid rattled, once, twice, then halted. The presence dissolved, not entirely, not like smoke, but like a shape stepping behind a curtain. The weight in the room eased. The cold thawed just enough for Rowan to feel his fingers again, but the silence that followed was not empty. It was expectant, heavy, waiting for Rowan to return what was taken, whatever that meant. Rowan didn't move for a long time after the shadow withdrew. His lungs still burned from the pressure. His hands ached from how tightly he had gripped the blankets. and the room felt heavier than before, as though the air were thickened by the residue of something ancient, something that didn't quite belong in the world of the living. The lamp buzzed faintly beside the bed, its light dimming at the edges, as if exhausted by the horrors it had been forced to witness. He stared at the chest, now shut again, no trace of having ever opened. The lid lay flush against the frame, the brass clasp glinting with a dull reflection of lamplight. It sat there with the quiet arrogance of an object that had held a secret for far too long, and Rowan felt a pulse of anger stir through his fear. Not at the presence, not at the paralysis, but at the chest, this old inherited burden that had been quietly poisoning every generation of his family without explanation. The silence in the room had shifted. It no longer felt empty, but it no longer felt hostile either. It felt watchful, waiting. Rowan's throat tightened as he reached for the photograph on the floor. He turned it over in his hands again, tracing the barely visible ink. Return what was taken. The words felt heavier now, like a command handed down through generations of neglect. He wondered how many nights his grandmother had suffered the same weight on her chest. How many times she had stood in the doorway of her own children's rooms to make sure the presence didn't wander. How many years she had spent chasing sleep in fear the shadow would return. He wondered, too, why she never told them the truth. Why she left the burden for him to inherit. A vibration worked its way up his spine, a familiar, creeping cold, but this time Rowan did not panic. The presence had not gone far. It hovered somewhere in the walls, in the corners, in the dark spaces where the lamplight failed. Not attacking, not pressing down on his chest. Simply watching, waiting for something. The right posture, the right offering, the right angle. Rowan swallowed hard, remembering Lila's words. Don't lie flat. Don't discard the chest. Acknowledge it. A fragment of memory surfaced. His grandmother always stored the chest, leaning slightly against her bedroom wall, the right side raised by a stack of old magazines. He'd always found it odd, but never questioned it. Lila had mentioned something similar once. The chest used to sit crooked in their childhood home, as though it were uncomfortable lying flat on the ground. His grandmother likely hadn't known the reason either. She had only honored the tradition. And tradition, in certain kinds of hauntings, was everything. Rowan pushed himself off the bed, muscles trembling with both fatigue and lingering fear. The cold thickened slightly as he approached the chest, not in a hostile way, but almost as though the shadow were leaning in, curious, observing his next move. The photograph trembled in his grasp, not from his shaking hands, but from the faint draft sweeping along the floorboards. He placed the photograph gently on top of the chest, positioning it carefully in the center, as though presenting it as proof of understanding. The air around him loosened. The cold retreated. Rowan exhaled shakily, then crouched beside the chest. He gripped one edge, braced his foot against the floor, and slowly lifted the right side. The chest was heavier than he expected, filled not only with blankets and letters, but with the kind of weight no person could quantify. He angled it until the left side lightly touched the wall and the right was slightly elevated, creating the same tilted posture he remembered from childhood. The moment he released it, the wooden frame creaked softly, settling into the incline as though relieved to be placed in a familiar position. The air shifted again, this time not with cold, but with something that felt almost like a breath. Long, slow, and weary, exhaled by an unseen presence that had been holding itself rigid for decades. The pressure in the room broke completely, not violently, not abruptly, but with the softness of a knot unraveling beneath warm fingers. The shadow receded from the edges of Rowan's perception, withdrawing into some corner beyond the reach of even his imagination. The silence in the room changed again, no longer suffocating, no longer ancient, but hollowed in a gentle way, like a space that had been emptied of long-held anguish. Rowan stepped back, wiping sweat from his forehead. His breath no longer fogged in the air. The room had warmed. His limbs relaxed. The throbbing ache in his ribs eased. He felt, for the first time in days, the possibility of sleep tugging at the corners of his consciousness. He walked slowly toward the bed, sliding beneath the covers with a caution born from instinct rather than fear. He rested on his side, curled slightly, mindful of the lesson his sister had taught him. The lamplight soothed the room into gentle amber tones. His eyelids drooped. The silence remained, but it no longer felt inherited. It felt reset, cleansed, and for the first time since moving into the apartment, Rowan slept, not deeply, but peacefully enough that when morning light seeped through the blinds, warming his face, he woke without gasping or searching the corners for movement. The chest stayed where he positioned it, tilted, still, unmoving, for 3 nights. Nothing happened. No paralysis, no cold, no shadow. The apartment began to feel like a place he could inhabit fully, not just survive. On the 4th day, Rowan called Lila. "You sound calm," she said, surprised. "Yeah," he murmured, glancing toward the bedroom door. "I think I did it." "You angled it?" "Yeah, and I left the photograph on top. It hasn't moved." There was a pause, followed by a soft sigh of relief. Grandma used to do that. I could never figure out why. "I think she knew," Rowan whispered. "Not everything, but enough." Another quiet beat passed between them. "Ro, does it feel gone?" Rowan hesitated, then answered truthfully. "I'm not sure gone is the right word, but it's quiet. Quiet is good. Quiet is good," he agreed, though something in his voice betrayed uncertainty. They talked a few more minutes before hanging up, and Rowan spent the afternoon cleaning the apartment, airing out rooms, opening windows to let the late winter breeze wash through the place. The old silence no longer clung to the walls. He could breathe without hesitation. He even laughed once when he nearly tripped over a stack of books, a normal, simple moment he hadn't realized he'd missed. That night he went to bed with the lamp on as usual, though he suspected it was no longer necessary. The room felt warmer now, gentler. The cold did not creep under the blankets. The shadows no longer elongated into unnatural forms. Sleep came easily. Just as he drifted off, he thought he heard the faintest sound, a sigh, low and grateful. He didn't know if it came from the air or from his memory, but he accepted it. The presence was at rest. Somewhere deep in the night, Rowan shifted onto his back, not intentionally, but as sleepers often do, subconsciously seeking comfort in positions they swore they'd avoid. His breathing remained steady. No weight pressed onto his chest. No shadow leaned over him. But just before dawn, something subtle changed. Not a pressure, not a coldness, just the smallest alteration in the room's stillness. The chest creaked, soft, barely audible, as though wood long held in place finally settling deeper into its new angle. Rowan stirred, turning slightly. The chest creaked again, sharper this time. Rowan's eyes opened, slowly, grudgingly. The lamplight dimly illuminated the room, but something was different. The shadows near the chest seemed to have gathered closer, pulled inward. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. The chest was still tilted. The photograph still lay atop it. Nothing looked out of place. But as he rose from the bed, stepping onto the cool floorboards, his foot nudged something. A magazine, thin, old, lying beside the bed. He frowned, picked it up, turned it over. A magazine, just like the ones his grandmother used to wedge under the chest, to keep it tilted. Rowan's stomach tightened. His gaze snapped toward the chest. The right side had lowered barely an inch, but enough to shift its balance. The angle had changed, flattened, only slightly, but enough. A soft coldness touched his ankle, barely there, like fingers considering where to grasp. Rowan froze. The air thickened. The shadows lengthened. The silence deepened into something familiar. Inherited. Awakened. The chest creaked once more. Not settling. Not resting. Opening. Just a fraction. Just enough for darkness to slip through. The photograph fluttered to the floor. And Rowan understood. With horrible, breathless clarity, the presence had rested. It had been acknowledged. It had been honored, but not freed. Silence, after all, was never meant to be permanent. Only borrowed. Only shared. Only inherited. And Roven, standing barefoot on the cold floor, realized the truth too late. What had been taken was not yet returned. Story 2. Chris Halden had been driving Highway 39 for so many years that the bends, dips, and long barren stretches had begun to feel like an extension of his own spine. The road wasn't beautiful. No scenic overlooks, no gentle curves, no clusters of friendly gas stations. But it had a way of settling into him, becoming a rhythm that kept him awake when other highways lulled him to sleep. It was a place where the world thinned out, where the speed limit signs leaned sideways like tired sentinels, and where sound carried in strange ways across fields that had forgotten the concept of daylight. On most nights, the hum of the engine was enough to fill the silence, though it was the kind of silence that felt alive in a patient, watchful way. The truck vibrated beneath him, a low bass rumble that traveled through the steering wheel and into his arms, grounding him as the faint patter of light rain whisked across the windshield like ghostly fingertips. The clock on the dashboard blinked 1:14 a.m. in a dull green glow. Another night shift, another delivery, another stretch of Highway 39 that refused to belong to anyone except those who dared cross its darkness alone. He just passed mile marker 45 when the mist thickened, drifting across the asphalt like a living thing. The headlights cut narrow tunnels through the fog, their beams catching flashes of wet pavement and the occasional spark of gravel. The road narrowed, the air cooled, his breath fogged inside the cabin despite the vents blowing warm. And then, as always, the radio crackled. It wasn't tuned to any station. Chris always kept it off on this part of the route, but that didn't stop the static from rising whenever he approached the bend near the old overpass. The static wasn't loud. It was a soft, tremoring hiss that filled the cab like an exhale from something sitting right behind him. He never checked the mirrors when it happened. He'd learned better years ago. And just as the familiar static began to swell, he slowed the truck slightly. His fingers tightened around the steering wheel because he knew what came next. He always did. The shape. She appeared exactly where she always had, just beyond the reach of his headlights, a faint, bluish silhouette standing at the edge of the ditch near mile marker 47. A girl. Slender, motionless, facing the road with a posture that was neither menacing nor inviting, more like someone waiting for a friend, late to a meeting. Chris exhaled through his nose. "There you are," he muttered to himself, his voice steady, almost resigned. He had seen her at least a dozen times over the years, always at a distance, always in the periphery. She never stepped into his lane, never waved, never chased his truck like some ghost story you tell around campfires. She only stood there with one hand, slightly raised, palm open, fingers drifting upward, as if caught mid-gesture. A hitchhiker who didn't want to ride. A ghost who didn't want to cause an accident. A presence with a purpose no one had taken the time to understand. Chris had never stopped, never braked, never even tapped the horn. He told himself it was because ghosts weren't real, that it was just roadside imagination formed from fog plus fatigue plus too many hours behind the wheel. But the truth was simpler and much harder to admit. He didn't stop because he could feel deep in the marrow of his bones that the girl wasn't waiting for just anyone. She was waiting for him. Tonight, for the first time, the thought didn't make him press the accelerator. It made him lift his foot instead. As he drew closer, the headlights sharpened her edges. She was wearing something light, a dress, or maybe a blouse and skirt. But the colors had washed into pale blue like watercolor left out in the rain. Her hair drifted with the wind, in disjointed strands as though it wasn't tied to her head the way living hair was. Rain shimmered around her, every droplet bouncing off her outline with strange, delicate resistance. Chris swallowed. His hand moved toward the hazard lights without thinking. His foot eased onto the brake pedal. The truck groaned as it slowed. The rain thickened into a whispery curtain across the windshield, and the girl turned her head slightly toward him. Not fully, just enough that he could see the empty sadness stretching between her features. Her left arm rose a little higher, palm open, fingers trembling in a way that suggested desperation rather than danger. Chris didn't know why he pulled over. He didn't know what compelled him to do it tonight, after years of pretending she wasn't part of his reality. But something in the way her hand opened felt less like a warning and more like a pleading gesture, one that had grown more urgent with every sighting. He eased the truck onto the gravel shoulder. The engine growled beneath him, running hot even as the cool night bled into the cabin. Rain pattered harder now, pelting the windshield in flecks of silver. He reached for the flashlight in the glove compartment, hesitated, then grabbed his jacket instead. Something told him not to bring too much light into this moment. Not yet. As he opened the driver's door, wind blew against him with surprising force, carrying the cold scent of asphalt, rain, and something faintly floral. He recognized it immediately. Wildflowers. Sweet, ephemeral, the smell of a roadside memorial that had long since wilted. He stepped onto the wet gravel, his boots crunching under him. The light from the truck's headlights spilled across the shoulder, illuminating swirling mist that parted slowly as he approached the girl. She didn't move, didn't speak, but her form flickered slightly, as though caught between two layers of reality. "Hey," Chris called out softly, feeling foolish the moment the word left his mouth. You're back." The rain softened around her as if reluctant to fall through her body. His breath curled from his mouth, visible in the cold air. She tilted her head again, the faintest motion, and lowered her outstretched hand toward the ground. Chris followed her gesture. The phone lay there, shattered. The screen cracked like spider webs across the glass, and it was glowing. Faint, pale blue light pushed through the cracks, flickering in a soft rhythm. Chris crouched slowly, ignoring the way his knees protested after hours of driving. The phone screen blinked again. A message draft was open. He couldn't read the whole text yet. The screen glitched, the words jittering left and right, as though the phone was fighting against itself. He looked up at the girl. He wasn't prepared for the voice that followed, not because it was loud, it wasn't, but because it didn't sound human. It sounded like wind passing through broken glass, like words pulled apart by distance and stitched back together by something that had forgotten how breath worked. Message. Not. Saint. Chris lurched backward, heart hammering. The girl didn't step toward him. She remained where she was, but her outline flickered violently, as though her hold on this stretch of highway depended on those unsent words. He looked at the phone again. The cracked screen vibrated weakly in the rain. He reached for it and felt something cold sweep across his hand like fingers guiding him. The girl's voice came again, thinner now, barely audible beneath the rain. "Help. Finish." Chris swallowed, glancing down the empty highway. No cars. No lights. No sounds except the engine of his idling truck, the soft hiss of rain, and the trembling whisper of a ghost asking him for something she couldn't do alone. He picked up the phone. The moment his fingers touched it, a pulse of icy cold shot up his arm, numbing his elbow, locking his breath in his throat. The girl's form steadied. Her blue glow brightened. Her fingers relaxed. Chris tightened his grip, steadying himself. "Okay," he breathed out. "Okay, I'll try." He didn't understand what she needed yet. He didn't understand why tonight was different. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty, as surely as he knew his own name. The girl on Highway 39 wasn't haunting the road. She was waiting for a promise she never got to keep. And now, she was asking him to finish it for her. Rain slid across Chris Halden's knuckles as he turned the cracked phone over in his hands, the faint glow beneath the fractured glass casting a ghostly shimmer across his palms. The cold from the device had not faded. It pulsed, rhythmic and unnatural, like the dying heartbeat of something that had long since stopped belonging to the living world. Chris swallowed hard and glanced toward the girl again. She stood utterly still, but her outline flickered as though her presence was caught between the rain droplets, sometimes visible, sometimes dissolving into the mist. "Message. Not. Sent," she whispered again, though the voice was not hers. It came from somewhere hollow, somewhere distant, as if echoing from the bottom of a well that had been sealed years ago. She lifted her hand, pointing at the phone with a tremor that seemed to ripple through her entire form. The status read failed, but the phone still behaved as if trying to push the message upward, toward some unreachable signal tower buried deep underground. He lowered the phone, glancing toward the ghostly girl. Her form sharpened slightly, as though the clarity of the text had given her temporary solidity. Her fingers curled into a fist, then loosened. The rain passed through her hair but clung to her arms. Her eyes, if she had eyes, glimmered faintly. "You were trying to warn someone," Chris said, his voice cracking. Before the accident." She didn't nod, but the shadows around her dimly pulsed. He took a deep breath. "You want me to finish the message?" "Send it." He paused, looking at the cracked glass. "But this thing barely works, and there's no service out here. Not at this hour." The rain immediately faltered just slightly, as though holding its breath. Chris felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. "You know that, don't you? That's why you never moved on." He wished he hadn't said the last word. Moved on. Her figure trembled, not from rain, but from something flinching inside the blue glow surrounding her. Lightning stuttered again, brighter this time, and in that brief flash, Chris saw something else across the highway. A figure, farther down the road, standing completely still. Dark, tall, rigid, gone the moment the lightning faded. He blinked hard, heart pounding. She simply lowered her head slightly, a gesture that made her seem heartbreakingly human for a moment. Chris tried tapping the send icon. The phone vibrated weakly. A loading wheel spun, struggled. Beat. A message blinked across the screen. "No signal, emergency calls only." He swore under his breath. Of course it can't be that easy." He turned toward the truck. "We need to find a place with signal. Maybe the next high point, or..." The radio in his truck screeched. Not static. A screech, like metal dragged across stone. Like a roar throttled through a machine that had no business producing sound. Chris stumbled backward, hand instinctively tightening around the phone. The headlights flickered. The windshield wipers froze mid-swipe. A pressure settled in the air, dense, sour, hostile. And Lily took a single step back, shrinking in fear. "What's happening?" Chris whispered. Then, from the opposite side of the highway, a voice drifted through the fog. Low, graveled, wet with anger. She wasn't supposed to warn her. Chris spun around so fast he nearly slipped on the wet gravel. There, barely visible in the darkness, stood the shape he had glimpsed earlier. A man, or something that had once been a man, his outline blurred by the fog except for two glowing points. Eyes or flames or something Chris refused to name. His shoulders jerked in unnatural motions, like someone walking with broken bones refusing to heal. Lily's blue outline quivered. She lifted her hand defensively, an instinctual gesture, as though she remembered what danger felt like. Chris's heartbeat thudded painfully against his ribs. The voice came again, closer now, seeping into his ears like mildew. She wasn't supposed to undo the deal. She wasn't supposed to touch the phone. Chris stepped backward, shielding the device against his chest. You're the one she warned Maya about. The one buying the house. Lightning cracked overhead this time, illuminating the entity long enough for Chris to understand. It wasn't human anymore. Not truly. Not for a long time. Its edges flickered, like an overexposed photograph. Parts of its form faded in and out of existence, as though trapped halfway between an object and a smear of motion. In its face, what little Chris could see carried no expression except a stretched grin that didn't belong to muscle or emotion. It belonged to hunger. Lily's voice whispered beside him, broken by static and wind. "Don't let him. Stop it." Chris tightened his grip. "I won't." He ran. The gravel skidded under his boots as he sprinted toward the truck, the phone buzzing violently in his hand like a trapped insect. Behind him, the entity let out a growl that warped the air. Wind slammed into Chris's back, nearly knocking him forward. He reached the driver's door, yanked it open, and hurled himself inside. The truck lights flickered violently, the engine coughing as though gasping for breath. Come on, start," he shouted, slamming the ignition. The engine roared. The headlights stabilized. The radio hissed with static, then whispered a voice he didn't recognize. Something bloodless and dry. "She dies with the message. She stays with me." Chris gritted his teeth. Not tonight. He slammed the truck into gear. The tires spat wet gravel as he lurched forward, pulling onto the highway. He checked the side mirror, nothing. No ghostly blue, no twisted silhouette. Then he looked at the passenger seat. Lily sat there. Or rather, her outline did. Faint, fragile, soaked in ghost light. She wasn't threatening. She wasn't screaming. She looked hopeful. Signal, she whispered, voice dissolving in and out of existence. Higher ground. Chris nodded sharply. I know a stretch. Mile marker 52. There's a ridge. He accelerated, but the fog thickened behind them, and in the mirrors, for half a second, two burning points of light glared back at him. The ghost of the man was following. The truck rumbled down Highway 39, engine howling against the wet pavement, rain hammering the cab like fists trying to break through. Chris's hands clenched the wheel until his knuckles whitened, and Lily's presence wavered beside him, flickering like a dying candle. The cracked phone pulsed again. The message draft reopened, glitched, corrected itself, then showed the final line she had meant to add. Please trust me. He's dangerous. Don't meet him alone. Chris choked out a breath. So the deal wasn't just a house sale. It was a setup. She tried to warn her friend about more than fraud. He looked at her, at the girl who had spent 5 years bound to a road because she died before she could finish a plea. We'll finish it, he whispered. I promise. Lily flickered weakly, gratitude, fear, and urgency entwined in her fading glow. But the truck shuddered. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. Something slammed against the side. Chris jerked the wheel. In the mirror, a dark shape crawled across the back of the trailer. Not climbing, not walking, gliding. And then, through the static-filled radio, that guttural voice seeped into the cab. Put it down, or you'll never leave this road. Chris pressed harder on the gas. He and Lily had one chance. Reach the ridge, find signal, send the message, before the other ghost, the ghost of the man who bound her, could drag Chris into the same deal that stole her life. And mile marker 52 was still 5 miles away. The road to mile marker 52 rose in a slow incline, curving along the low ridge that bordered an abandoned quarry. Chris had driven this stretch more times than he could count, and he knew the reception bars always nudged up by 1 or 2 near the top, just enough to make calls, just enough to send a desperate text if the weather cooperated. Tonight, though, the weather did not cooperate. The fog clung to the truck like mold on wet stone, refusing to peel away even as they ascended. Rain slashed diagonally against the windshield, and the wipers could barely keep up. Every few seconds, the cracked phone in Chris's hand pulsed with an icy vibration that shot straight through his nerves. In the passenger seat, Lily flickered like a fragmented hologram stitched together by memory and longing. The pale petals of her wildflower scent, once gentle, once human, were now drowned beneath something colder, sharper, as though fear itself had a fragrance. Behind them, the presence continued to follow. Chris didn't dare look in the mirrors anymore. He already knew what he'd see. A dark silhouette clinging to the back of the trailer, its limbs dragging across the metal like wet branches scraping against a house during a storm. Occasionally, the truck jolted as though something slammed against it, a heavy, deliberate impact that made the engine groan and temp gauge spike. He tightened his grip on the wheel. We're almost there, he muttered through clenched teeth. Just a little more. The phone buzzed again in his other hand. Words struggled to appear on the broken screen, glitching through static like breath caught between worlds. He won't let go. Chris exhaled shakily. Lily, I need to know exactly what happened. The whole truth. If I'm gonna fix this phone, if I'm gonna help you send the message, I need to understand what he wants. Her form dimmed at the edges, the way candlelight droops before a gust of wind. I didn't sell the house, she whispered. I didn't sign. I changed my mind. But he already paid. He wanted the land. Not the home. Not me. The land. Her voice crackled, fragmenting. And he didn't like being told no. Chris swallowed. So you canceled the deal. She lowered her head. I tried. I didn't make it home. Lightning flickered far in the distance, illuminating the soaked asphalt ahead with a sterile blue flash. For a heartbeat, Chris saw the guardrail running along the cliff, hunched and rusted like a broken spine. "What happened?" he pressed. Her form shimmered violently. "He followed me. I didn't know he was behind me. I thought it was traffic. I was texting Maya. I tried to tell her not to meet him, alone. He said he needed to finalize paperwork. I told her to leave the house, to wait for me, that I'd explain." Her voice fractured again this time, not from distance or rain, but from grief. "I almost sent the message," she whispered. "Almost." I hit send, but the road curved. My car hit the guardrail, and the phone died before the message went out. The cracked screen buzzed softly, lines of text flickering and erasing themselves in an endless loop. Chris's heart tightened. The desperation in her voice was unmistakable, raw, unfinished, desperate for closure. "And him?" Chris asked quietly. "The man you were running from?" Lily's form darkened. "He died too." That made Chris's pulse skip. "When?" 3 years after me. Heart attack. But he never left. Her outline flickered harsher now, as though her memory alone summoned his shadow. "He stayed where his anger last lived, on this highway, chasing anyone who touched what was his. A deal uncompleted. A promise broken." Chris shuddered. "A deal? Broken deals keep ghost teeth?" Lily nodded. "You break a contract with someone who is already sick with obsession, already rotting with greed, and the resentment clings to you, even after death." Chris tightened his grip on the wheel, knuckles whitening. "So he tied himself to you?" Her voice trembled. "He tied himself to the message." Something slammed onto the roof of the cab, hard. The entire truck lurched. Chris fought the steering wheel as the trailer fishtailed, tires skidding on the slick asphalt. His breath hitched as rain obscured his vision, turning the road into streaks of liquid silver. The impact came again this time, scraping along the length of the cab with a visceral metallic shriek. The roof dented inward, as though someone were dragging their weight across it. Not climbing, not walking, sliding. Chris's goo tightened. He didn't need to look to know the truth. The ghost was trying to tear open the metal between them. Lily gasped, her voice breaking, like a distant radio transmission. "He's trying to stop the message. He thinks if it never sends, the contract stays broken. And you stay here forever," Chris whispered. Her silence was answer enough. The truck crested the ridge at last. Chris swerved into the narrow shoulder near the outcropping of rock that overlooked the quarry. The place was nothing but a strip of cracked asphalt, some graffiti-ravaged concrete barriers, and a crooked sign, half lost to rust. But he could see the faint pulsing glow in his phone, one tiny bar of signal, flickering like a wounded firefly. "Signal," Chris gasped. "We just need to get it working." The roof buckled inward. A fist or something shaped like one punched down through the metal, cracking it like thin ice. Jagged shards spilled into the cabin, raining onto the passenger seat. Lily jerked as though stabbed by invisible blades, her form fracturing into dozens of shards of blue light before reassembling slowly. The voice slithered through the radio again, deeper this time, thick with venom. "Put it down, or I'll tear you apart the way I tore her." Chris flung the truck door open. "Get out," he shouted. Not because Lily needed the door, not because she needed the physical movement, but because instinct demanded action. He ran into the rain, boots sinking into the mud, wind whipping against him. He slipped once, caught himself on a rock, and pressed the glitching phone to his chest. He could see the signal bar flickering at the top corner, sometimes present, sometimes gone. "Come on," he muttered. "Please, just one. Bar, just one." Lily appeared beside him, her form dim but visible. The wind passed through her, bending around her outline like fabric wrapped around emptiness. The phone screen glitched, the message half visible. "Maya, don't sign anything. Not him. Please. I'm almost home." Chris winced as lightning cracked above, bright enough to momentarily bleach the world in white. In that blinding instant, he saw the other ghost clearly perched on the top of his truck like a warped gargoyle, limbs distended, posture twisted in a way that defied human movement. Its head jerked in a series of sharp, unnatural motions, eyes burning with feral hatred. Then darkness returned. "Chris," Lily whispered, voice quivering. "You have to fix the phone. The battery. Dying." He crouched, under the lip of rock, shielding the device from rain. "I can't fix a shattered screen in a storm." But he wasn't alone. Lily knelt beside him, or rather, lowered herself into a posture that resembled kneeling. Her finger hovered over the broken phone. "I can hold it together," she whispered, "just for a moment. But you must touch the send button." Chris blinked. "Hold it together?" "Memory," she whispered. "I remember how it worked. I remember what it looked like. I can make it whole for a moment." Her hand passed through the phone. The cracks in the glass shimmered, then glowed, then straightened. The entire screen reformed, not physically, but as a projection of what it once was, a ghostly restoration, held together by memory. The message text solidified. The send icon sharpened. Chris reached for it, and a roar tore through the wind. The ghost of the man sprinted across the asphalt, not gliding, not floating, running, with limbs flailing in grotesque angles, feet barely touching the ground, jaws opening in a silent scream that contorted the air around it. The fog folded inward behind him, dragged by fury. He slammed into Chris before the man could react. Chris flew backward, hitting the ground hard enough to knock the breath from his lungs. Mud soaked through his shirt as the ghost loomed over him, face inches from his own. It smelled like sewage trapped in a collapsed basement. Its fingers, long, corpse gray, and shaking with rage, reached for the phone. "No!" Lily's voice exploded through the storm. She collided with the man's ghost, and for an instant, the world tore open between them. Not metaphorically, literally. The air split along a jagged seam, a rift of black static that crackled with lightning. The man's ghost convulsed, caught between worlds, half pulled into the rift, half clinging to Highway 39, with clawed hands that scraped trenches into the wet asphalt. Lily flickered faster and faster, edges disintegrating, her voice fracturing into desperate shards. "Chris, send it now." He lunged for the phone. The send button glowed bright. The man's ghost tore free of the rift, with a guttural howl, and hurled himself at Chris. Claws extended. Chris hit send. The screen pulsed once, twice, then flashed. Message sent. The world went silent. The man's ghost stopped mid-lunge. His body twisted, cracked, then shattered, not in pieces, but in streaks of darkness pulled backward into the rift as though sucked into a vacuum. The tear in the air shrieked shut with a clap like thunder. Silence. Rain falling. Chris bunting. Nothing else. He looked beside him. Lily stood there. Hair form brightened, solidified, softened. Her expression finally relaxed. She mouthed one word, "Thanks." Then she vanished into drifting blue petals of light. The wildflower scent lingered for a moment, then faded forever. The phone in Chris's hand crumbled into dust, and Highway 39 returned to its old, watchful silence. Chris Holden sat in the mud for a long moment after Lily's light dispersed into the rain, too stunned to move, too winded to think. The road around him felt impossibly quiet, no engines, no high beams sweeping through fog, no growl of thunder. Even the wind seemed to retreat, slipping away from the ridge as though the world were exhaling after holding its breath for too long. The cracked asphalt shimmered beneath the storm's weak reflection. A mirror of rain and headlights stretched across the lonely shoulder of Highway 39. He looked down at his hands, still trembling around the small pile of dust that had once been Lily's phone. The dust felt oddly warm, not from temperature but from memory, as though some trace of her gratitude lingered inside it. He clenched his fist gently, unwilling to let the particles scatter into the wind just yet. It felt like the last piece of her he would ever hold. But Highway 39 did not stay silent for long. A low vibration rippled under Chris's boots, subtle at first, like the distant rumble of approaching thunder. But then it grew stronger, traveling through the asphalt like something enormous had taken a step in the dark beneath the road. Chris stiffened, scanning the fog that thickened once more in all directions. The darkness beyond the ridge felt alive again, turning inward, closing around the cliff edge like a tightening fist. "No," he whispered. "No, that thing is gone. It has to be gone." "No." The wind disagreed. It whipped violently down the road, slamming into his jacket and throwing a spray of rain across his face. The trees along the ridge bent sharply, branches clawing toward him as though trying to pull themselves free. Gravel rolled across the shoulder in tiny avalanches. The shadows lengthened. Chris felt it before he saw it. A coldness different from before pressed against his ribs. Not the suffocating cold of a ghost demanding attention, but the hollow, echoing chill of something returning from a place it should never have escaped. He turned toward the quarry. The darkness there was wrung too thick, too heavy, gathering into itself like a wounded animal, pulling pieces of its body together. The fog coalesced into familiar shapes, but warped limbs bending at angles no human skeleton could sustain, torso narrowing, head flickering like a corrupted video frame. For a moment, the shape collapsed into nothing, dispersing into the rain. Then it rebuilt itself, slowly, painfully, deliberately. The ghost of the man Lily's buyer, the one who died angry, the one who haunted the unfinished contract, dragged itself upright from the pit's edge. Its form flickered with violent static, parts of it missing, parts of it too solid. Its face was half erased, smeared by the tearing rift that had tried to pull it beyond this world. But its mouth remained intact, a narrow, dripping grin that stretched too wide across the blur of what remained of its skull. Chris staggered backward, breath hitching. No, you're done. She's gone." The message was sent. "The contract is complete." The ghost twitched, in a stuttering motion, like an insect, trapped between film frames. The grin widened. A voice seeped from the fog around him, not from the creature's mouth, but from the air itself, vibrating through raindrops and wind. "Her contract is complete." Chris stiffened. "But yours has just begun." His pulse stopped, then returned in a violent rush. "No," Chris rasped. "No deal. I want nothing to do with you." The fog pulsed with thickened darkness, the shadow of the man lurching forward in a stagger that almost resembled laughter. "You touched the phone. You carried the message. You invoked her contract. Her unfinished work became yours." Chris shook his head violently. "That's not how any of this works. I helped her. That's all. She moved on. You lost." The ghost twitched again, the darkness around it rippling as though the rain were falling through two realities at once. "I lost her," the voice rasped. "But I gained you." The wind shrieked. The ridge trembled. Chris stumbled backward until he collided with his truck. The headlights flickered uncertainly, one bulb sputtering with a weak, sickly glow. His fingers fumbled for the door handle, but the cold pressed against him, freezing his hand in place. "You helped her escape," the ghost hissed. "But you also broke the tether that bound me. I held her contract. I fed off it. I survived because she could not finish what she owed." Rain hammered the asphalt in heavy, punishing beats. The darkness surged closer. "And now," the ghost murmured, "I need a new deal, a new tether, a new owner of the debt." "Hey." Chris forced his hand upward, gripping the door handle. "No deal," he whispered, voice shaking. "Not now. Not ever." The ghost moved. It didn't lunge. It didn't strike. It simply flickered. And suddenly Chris stood inches from a face that had no eyes, no nose, only the faint impression of features drowned by resentment and violence. His breath froze as the ghost leaned closer. "You already agreed," the voice breathed. "When you picked up the phone." And a cold hand, if it could be called a hand, brushed the center of Chris's chest. It wasn't a touch so much as a claim, as though the entity tested the weight of his life, evaluating whether he would fit the vacancy Lily had left behind. The ghost smiled. "You accepted the burden. You carried the message. You crossed into the contract's domain. Therefore, you inherit the debt." "No," Chris hissed. No, I didn't sign anything. I didn't agree to anything. I didn't enter a deal. Help someone escape a nightmare, you can't twist that into another contract. The ghost cocked its head, a jerking motion like a broken marionette. When you help a trapped soul, you open your heart to its bargain. When you step into a dead person's promise, you bind yourself to their absence. Lightning slammed somewhere behind the quarry, illuminating the ghost's expressionless face. For the first time, Chris saw something behind the grin. Not hunger, not rage, but need. A monstrous, hollow need to anchor itself to the world of the living. The ghost whispered, "Let me anchor to you. Let me stay. Let me live through you." Chris recoiled. Absolutely not. The ghost twitched violently, its form splintering into jagged fractures. Rain turned sideways. Wind roared. The air temperature plummeted. "If you refuse," the voice roared over the storm, "I take what I'm owed another way." The darkness around Chris lunged. He threw himself to the side, crashing against the truck, sliding across mud soaked with rain. He scrambled under the rock outcrop as the ghost's arms, too long, too many joints, slashed through the air where he'd been standing. The asphalt cracked, splitting into a small seam as though reality itself had been strained by the blow. Chris panted hard, heart battering against his ribs. "No deal," he whispered again, breath fogging. "Not with you." The ghost hissed. "You don't get to choose." Another lunge, another fracture in the air, another burst of freezing wind that nearly lifted Chris off his feet. But Chris wasn't the same man he'd been an hour ago. He had carried something for Lily, understood something about these bonds, and he remembered one truth she had whispered between static and rain. The deal wasn't with me. It was with the message. A thought sparked in his mind. A wild, fragile thought. Contracts need witnesses. Contracts need acknowledgement. Contracts need acceptance. If he refused all three utterly, completely, maybe the tether couldn't latch onto him. The ghost lunged again. Chris stood his ground, barely pressing himself against the cold wind, his voice cutting through the storm. "I refuse your deal. I reject your bond. I break your contract." The ghost shrieked not with pain, but with fury. The world went white for an instant. Chris continued, shouting into the maw of darkness, "I am not your tether. I am not your witness. I owe you nothing." The ghost convulsed. Its form stuttered, flickered, broke. The ground trembled. The wind died. Then, for one terrible moment, silence held the world perfectly still. The ghost dissolved. Not gone, not destroyed, not freed. Just waiting, just beyond the edge of reality. For a moment of doubt, for one crack in Chris's conviction, for a single moment where he might accidentally accept it. The rain began falling normally again. The fog lifted. The ridge grew quiet. Chris staggered to his feet, breathing hard, searching the darkness for any sign of the ghost's return. None came, but as he stepped toward the truck, something cold brushed the back of his neck. Not hostile, warning. A whisper drifted through the wind, a fading echo from the ghost before it fractured. "I'll wait. Every bargain needs time to ripen." Chris Halden didn't sleep when he finally made it home. He didn't even try. The drive back from the ridge felt unreal, each mile blurring into the next in a haze of adrenaline, rain, and the nauseating sense that something had followed his truck long after the fog had lifted. Highway 39 remained behind him, but the image of the ghost, the way it fractured, the way reality tore when it lunged, remained, burned into the back of his skull. By the time he parked outside his small trailer on the outskirts of Glenford, dawn had already begun peeling open the night. Pale rays crawled across the wet fields behind his home, turning the puddles into fragments of cold fire. Chris stepped onto the gravel with legs that weren't fully steady, his breath fogging in the crisp morning air. Inside, he tossed his jacket onto a chair, sat heavily on the edge of his bed, and let silence press around him. Not the predatory silence of Highway 39, just the soft, familiar quiet of 4 tinny walls and a humming refrigerator. A normal man in a normal house after an abnormal night. He leaned forward, hands pressed against his knees. "It's over," he whispered, as though saying the words would root them into truth. "Lily's gone. The message sent. The contract is finished. It's over. But even as the words left his mouth, they tasted unsteady. Contracts didn't always end when one party left. Some lingered in the pages. Some lingered in the witness. Chris rubbed his temples. Fatigue pressed in like a slow tide, soaking into his limbs, blurring his thoughts. He lay back on the bed, boots still on, jacket still damp. He needed sleep. Just an hour or two. Just long enough for his body to remember what it felt like to rest. He shut his eyes, but Highway 39 had already started following him. He dreamed of rain on asphalt. Not a nightmarish dream, not a violent one. Just the endless white noise of water striking a long, empty road. He was standing near a guardrail. Fog drifted around his ankles. In the distance, a single headlight flickered. Faint, too faint, like a dying firefly pulsing in fog. Then a footstep behind him. He turned. Not Lily. Not the man. Something else. A third presence. Barely formed. Barely aware. Something that wasn't dead yet, but was learning how to be. It whispered in his voice. "Chris, you never said no to the first offer." He jolted awake, heart slamming against his ribs. Sweat clung to his forehead despite the morning chill. The room was bright now, washed in thin sunlight, yet he felt colder than he had been on the ridge. He pressed both hands over his face, breathing hard. It was just a dream, he murmured. Just a nightmare. But Highway 39 wasn't a place that stayed where he left it. When he stood and walked to the bathroom sink, something caught his eye in the mirror. A smear of blue. Not a bruise. Not a shadow. Not a trick of morning light. A faint, translucent imprint across his collarbone shaped like fingers. Lily's fingers. He staggered backward, nearly knocking into the shower curtain. What the? He wiped at the mark. It didn't fade. It didn't smudge. It pulsed. Softly. Like a heartbeat. No. No, this isn't real. He stumbled into the living room. She's gone. She passed on. I saw her. She's gone. The mark pulsed again. The rhythm matched his heartbeat, but slightly out of sync, like a second pulse layered beneath his own. Chris froze. "Lily?" he whispered. No answer. Story 3. The nursery's offering. Amelia Ward had photographed abandoned places for more than 15 years, but nothing unsettled her the way old nurseries did. Hospitals, factories, mansions, those she could handle. They had weight, history, decay she could explain. But a nursery gone silent always felt like a wound that refused to close, a place where laughter had stopped too abruptly, too permanently, leaving behind an echo that seeped into the wallpaper and the dust. So when she first heard of the Ridgeview Children's Home closed after a fire 2 decades ago, left to rot on a forested hillside with no plans for restoration, she told herself she was ready. But the mountain had a different silence than what she was used to, a silence with memory. The gravel road twisted upward through thick clusters of pine, their branches clawing at the sky in brittle silhouettes. Amelia's boots crunched through a mosaic of dry leaves as she stepped out of her car, slinging her camera bag over her shoulder. The air smelled faintly of moss and cold dirt, the scent of places the world had forgotten. She tugged her scarf tighter around her neck, though the chill she felt wasn't from the weather. Most abandoned buildings groaned, sighed, whispered through their cracked windows and buckling beams. But Ridgeview seemed to be holding its breath. The nursery sat at the top of the rise, its paint peeled into ghostly strips, its roof sagging under years of snow and neglect. A wooden sign, once cheerful, hung at an angle from rusted chains. The letters faded beyond recognition. Amelia lifted her camera, framing the building against the moody sky. The shutter clicked once, twice, and the sound seemed to strike the landscape with unnatural clarity. She walked forward, boots kicking through brittle leaves that skittered across the concrete like restless insects. The front door hung on a single hinge, croaking softly when touched by wind. Amelia reached for it, fingers brushing cold, splintered wood. The door opened for her. Not swung, not pushed. Opened, as though someone on the other side had been waiting. A thin shiver crawled across her spine. She stood on the threshold, camera hanging heavy from its strap, the smell of old smoke drifting faintly from somewhere deep inside the structure. "Just the wind," she murmured. But even she knew her voice didn't carry conviction. The foyer was dark, except where the roof had collapsed, letting strange shafts of daylight filter through drifting dust. Her boots pressed into a soft layer of ash, long settled, but still carrying the memory of heat. The walls bore faded pastel murals, animals with cartoon eyes, clouds painted in shades of blue that time had worn down into bruised gray. She raised the camera again, capturing the texture of peeling paint, the way it curled upward like small fingers. Something rolled across the floor behind her, light, metallic, Amelia spoon. A glass marble rested near the doorway, perfectly clean, perfectly bright. It glittered softly in the dimness, its surface unblemished despite sitting in a room coated with grime. Her breath stilled. Marbles didn't stay clean in places like this. They didn't roll across floors without help. Amelia approached it slowly, crouching to examine the small sphere. The cold air nipped at her knuckles. She reached out, hesitated, then picked it up between two fingers. The marble was cool to the touch, but not dusty, almost as though it had been placed there moments earlier. A gift, or elude, or a memory left waiting. She looked over her shoulder, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway. Only the forest greeted her stillness between trees, the hiss of wind dying out before it reached the threshold. She tucked the marble carefully into her coat pocket and moved deeper inside. Each step produced soft crackles of charred wood beneath her boots. She followed a hallway lined with faded art projects pinned in uneven rows, hand-traced outlines of tiny palms, finger-painted suns, children's scrawls in bright crayons that had somehow survived fire and fragments. The hallway smelled of old smoke and wet rot, but beneath those smells was something faint, almost sweet. Sugar, candy, a note of something kept cool and preserved. Amelia paused in front of a door marked Playroom B, the letter barely legible beneath soot. She pushed it open with her shoulder, stepping into a space scattered with overturned chairs and rusted toys. A small table lay on its side, one leg broken clean off. The windows had long since shattered, leaving jagged teeth of glass clinging to their frames. A wrapper sat on the table, bright, crinkled, untouched by dust. She approached slowly, her heart thudding with a rhythm, out of sync with her steps. The wrapper was for a stick of bubblegum, old brand, discontinued years ago, the kind her mother used to buy after school when she was 6. She picked it up gently, clean, unfaded, as though waiting for her. Amelia straightened, pulse quickening. Her fingers quivered around the wrapper as she turned in a slow circle, scanning the room. The air thickened, pressure settling behind her ears. She felt a presence not menacing, not cold, but aware. "Hello?" she called out. "Is someone here?" Her voice drifted through the hollow rooms but returned without an echo, swallowed by the building's soft, patient quiet. She continued through the playroom, the gift still clenched in her palm. A small table near the corner held scattered puzzles and a dusty music box with a broken wind-up key. As she brushed past it, something caught her eye. Something small, delicate, resting atop a stack of children's books. A pink hair ribbon, tied neatly. Her stomach tightened. There was no dust on it, no soot, no sign of age. It looked as though it had been taken from a child's head seconds ago. Another gift. The nursery wasn't just abandoned, it was watching her, trying to communicate in the only way it remembered. Amelia lifted the ribbon slowly, her breath trembling as she traced the soft fabric. "Who's leaving these?" she whispered. A gust of wind blew through the broken window, and the sound pinched like a sigh, thin, mournful, lingering. Amelia moved toward a narrow hallway that branched off toward the back of the building. The air grew colder here, sharp with the weight of stories unspoken. She passed a mural half burned away, the shape of a sun warped into a blackened blossom. Another room lay open, its door ripped from its hinges long ago. Rows of metal cribs lined the walls, tiny beds of rust and ghosts, their bars bent by heat, their quilts stiff with time. A mobile hung crookedly above the nearest crib, its once colorful paper clouds faded into gray. Amelia lifted her camera and took a single photo. Her flash illuminated something she hadn't seen in the dim light scratches on the nearest crib rail. Not names, not drawings, tallies. 30 of them. The breath caught in her throat. 30 marks, each carefully etched as though by steady, patient hands. She stepped back, shaking off the eerie prickle traveling down her spine. The camera weighed differently now, like a burden rather than a tool. Still, she moved deeper, drawn forward by curiosity and something harder to name. At the end of the hallway, she pushed open the last door. It was the old office desk overturned, drawers collapsed, papers scattered and curled from flame. And there, on top of a pile of blackened folders, lay an envelope, untouched. Its edges crisp, its surface pale, its flap sealed. Amelia reached for it with trembling fingers. A handwritten note inside, ink faded but legible. To whoever finds this, please remember, Miss Clara didn't run. She stayed with the children until the smoke took her. Please, tell them she tried. Amelia's breath quivered. Her vision blurred at the edges. She lowered the note slowly, pressing her hand against her sternum to steady her heartbeat. Miss Clara. The teacher blamed for the fire. The woman history had condemned without listening to the children she died protecting. A quiet ache filled Amelia's chest. She traced the writing again, imagining the trembling hand that had left the letter behind. She stood there, in the ruined office for a long moment, absorbing the weight of truth, and then she noticed something near the window. A small Hansen push, new, bright, placed with intention. Inside it, a marble, a ribbon, a piece of bubble gum, and a tiny knitted square of fabric, soft, warm, smelling faintly of baby powder and wood smoke. Gifts. All of them not abandoned. Given. Something was watching her, trying to show trust. Amelia swallowed hard. Miss Clara? She whispered. Is this from you? Silence, but not emptiness. The room seemed to lean gently toward her, acknowledging her presence with subtle warmth, as though the air itself nodded. Amelia slipped the pouch carefully into her jacket. Thank you, she whispered, even though she didn't know if she was speaking to a spirit or to the memory of one. She turned toward the exit, and that was when she heard it, a soft rolling sound. Behind her, small, metallic. She spun around. Another marble, clean, placed exactly where she had been standing moments earlier. Not threatening, not demanding. A gift, a blessing, a request. Remember hair. Amelia bent down, picked it up gently, and closed her eyes. I will. Amelia Ward stood in the middle of the old nursery office with the envelope still trembling between her fingers and a growing certainty swelling inside her chest. One she could neither explain nor ignore. The items she had found were not random. They were not debris left behind by the fire or time. They were placed, intentionally, thoughtfully, and the weight of that intention pressed against her ribs in a way that felt both protective and unbearably lonely. The air in the office seemed to shift, not colder, not warmer, but denser, as though someone invisible had leaned closer to see what she would do next. Amelia lowered the note carefully, eyes scanning the room again, absorbing every detail of the faded walls and overturned furniture. The office smelled faintly of old paper, singed wood, and something softer beneath it, like talcum powder, lingering in a drawer forgotten. She slipped the envelope into her jacket with the collection of small gifts already nestled there, then stepped back into the hallway. The shadows had grown longer as the afternoon light dimmed through collapsed roof beams. Dust drifted in slow spirals, catching the faint glow that filtered in from the broken windows. Each floating particle looked suspended, caught between falling and hovering, held in place by something unseen. Amelia's heart thudded gently, not with fear exactly, but with the kind of deep, involuntary reverence people feel when setting foot on sacred ground. She moved slowly past the line of metal cribs and the crooked mobile. The marbles inside her pocket clicked together once a small sound, delicate and almost shy. Amelia stopped. The air inhaled around her, like the room itself was waiting for her next step. All right, she whispered gently. I'll follow. Home. She didn't know why she said it, but the words settled against the silence like a pebble dropped into still water. Something responded, not audibly, not physically, but emotionally. Amelia felt a soft prickle along the back of her neck, the sensation of being acknowledged, not threatened, seen. She walked down the hallway again, but this time, she paid closer attention to placement, to pattern, to meaning. And there it was, subtle, prescient, guiding, another gift. A tiny wooden bead painted sky blue, the paint barely chipped, resting on a windowsill just ahead of her. Amelia lifted it carefully, cold to the touch, but clean, as if a child had held it before placing it there for her. The bead fit perfectly beside the items she'd already collected. No longer random objects, a sequence, a path. Amelia moved forward. The building creaked faintly beneath her boots. Not threatening, just weary timber groaning with memories. Roof beams shifting as though shrugging off dust that had clung too long. Outside, wind brushed through the treetops, their branches whispering against each other in muted conversation. But inside, the air was still, almost reverent. She entered a small room labeled Reading Corner, the painted letters scorched but still legible beneath the soot. Books lay scattered across the floor, their pages warped, some fused into brittle lumps. Amelia stepped carefully, camera bouncing lightly against her hip. Something caught her attention near the far wall. A small shadow, too solid to be dust, too small to be debris. She approached cautiously. A crayon, red, unbroken, its paper wrapper bright, untouched. She swallowed. Her fingers brushed the paper, and she felt warmth not from heat, but from intention, from the invisible hand that had placed it there. She added the crayon to the growing collection in her jacket. The silence around her shifted again. "Miss Clara," she murmured, her voice soft, careful. "Are you guiding me? Showing me something?" A faint creak answered her. A floorboard gently depressed near the doorway behind her. Not a step, more like the ghost of one. A suggestion, a trace. Amelia turned slowly. Nothing there, but the doorway seemed brighter, as though light had pooled subtly along its frame. She stepped through. This hallway was narrower than the others. The ceiling lowered slightly, making her feel enclosed, sheltered even. The walls were lined with hooks where tiny coats once hung, each hook still bearing faint outlines of soot, shadows of shapes long since burned away. A single hook near the end held something vibrant, a ribbon. No, not the one she found earlier. This one was blue, tied into a perfect bow, freshly placed and impossibly clean. Amelia approached it with steady breaths, resisting the urge to glance behind her shoulder, even as a soft prickle danced along her spine. She lifted the ribbon, letting its fabric slip gently through her fingers. It smelled faintly of lavender. Or was she imagining it? Sometimes grief clung to objects long after the people who used them were gone. Sometimes love did too. The ribbon trembled lightly in her hand as though stirred by a breath. "Thank you," Amelia whispered. I think I understand." She walked farther down the hallway, guided by instinct and the assembling pattern of gifts. The sound of leaves rustling through broken windows accompanied her like soft applause. She reached a door partially blocked by fallen debris. The sign above it read Staff Lounge. Amelia pushed aside a plank of charred wood, squeezing into the room. It was quiet inside, the air denser, heavy with memory. A long table sat in the center, half collapsed, surrounded by mismatched chairs. Burned paper cups littered the floor near an old counter. A small whiteboard on the far wall bore a message written in bright marker, its colors faded but legible. "Team meeting. Friday. Miss Clara. Bring muffins." A dull ache pressed behind Amelia's ribs. She walked toward the counter. Something glittered near the sink light, catching off edges too clean for this place. She leaned in. A spoon. Small, metal, polished. A child's spoon. And beside it, a tiny knitted mitten, barely large enough to fit on her fingertips. Her breath hitched. The mitten was warm, not room temperature warm. Warm as if someone had just worn it warm. The room inhaled around her again, a soft, invisible insistence, a guiding nudge toward the window at the back of the lounge, beyond the broken glass. A small yard stretched out overgrown with wild grass and patches of clover. A fence encircled it, weathered by sun and rain. The wind drifted through the yard, carrying a faint scent of burnt wood and something sweeter beneath it. Amelia's pulse slowed. There was something out there, something that waited, something that Miss Clara wanted her to see. She stepped out through the broken frame, crunching through charred fragments of wood. Her boots sank slightly into the soft earth as she crossed the yard, her breath forming small clouds in the cooling air. The sun hovered low, drenching the hillside in golden haze. A small mound of earth rested at the far corner, unmarked, overgrown, but unmistakably tended once. Amelia approached slowly. Someone had left flowers here once long disintegrated now, petals reduced to faint outlines in the soil. A single rusted pinwheel lay half buried, its pale color still faintly visible beneath grime. She knelt by the mound, heart thudding gently, hands trembling as she brushed away a bit of dirt. A stone plaque revealed itself beneath the soil, hand-carved, imperfect. Glada. She stayed. Amelia's breath tightened in her throat. The simplicity of the words, the quiet courage etched into them, the injustice of her forgotten act, it all surged inside Amelia like a tide swelling behind her ribs. She closed her eyes. "I see you," she whispered, voice trembling. "I see what you did. I see how they forgot you." The wind shifted warm, tender, almost grateful. A soft sound followed. Not wind, not leaves. A single, delicate tap behind her. Amelia turned slowly. A small toy drum, red and white, polished, untouched, placed just behind her heel. A gift offered by invisible hands. A gesture of trust, of relief, of plea. "Tell them." Amelia bent down, lifting the tiny drum. Its surface glimmered in the fading Sunday. Her throat tightened, tears gathering behind her eyes. "I will," she whispered. "I promise." The yard exhaled softly, and for the first time, she felt the presence clearly, not a shape, not a face, just a warmth behind her left shoulder, as gentle as a hand resting there. She didn't turn. She didn't need to. Grief could leave fingerprints without ever touching skin, but before she could stand fully, something shifted inside the nursery again. A small rustle, a faint clatter, a whisper of movement in the direction she had come from. Not threatening, not urgent, just present. A reminder that she wasn't done. The gifts had not just led her to the grave. They led her back inside, because Miss Clara had more to show her, more to ask, more to offer. Amelia rose slowly, the tiny drum pressed against her chest. "All right," she murmured, voice steadying. "I'll go back in." She stepped toward the doorway, and as she crossed the threshold, a small marble green this time rolled gently across the floor toward her boot. The path was far from finished. Amelia Ward stepped back into the ruined building with the small green marble cupped gently in her palm. Its weight was insignificant, yet it carried a gravity she felt in her chest, like a child tugging lightly on her sleeve, urging her not to leave just yet. The afternoon sunlight filtered through broken windows in tired, angled rays, illuminating motes of dust that drifted lazily through the air. The nursery felt different now, less cold, less suspicious of her, as though the walls, softened by her promise at the gravesite, allowed her to walk deeper than any adult had since the fire. She paused a moment in the narrow hallway, listening. The usual sounds of abandoned buildings, raccoons, wind, settling beams were absent. Instead, she heard something far quieter, breathing, soft, barely perceptible, like a child hiding beneath a blanket, not because they were frightened, but because they wanted to feel held. Amelia's breath hitched. "It's all right," she whispered gently into the hush. "I'm here." A faint draft brushed her ankles, like small fingers brushing past as children rushed between playrooms. A soft rustle followed paper shifting across the floor. She looked down. A notebook page had slid across the hallway, stopping neatly at her boot. She crouched and lifted it delicately. The paper was stained at the edges, yellowed with age, but the writing was surprisingly clear. It was a child's handwriting, large, careful block letters. Miss Clara said, "Don't be scared. We will stay with her," she promised. Amelia's throat tightened. She ran her thumb over the letters, imagining small hands gripping a pencil, struggling to write through smoke and fear. She folded the page and tucked it into her jacket before moving again, guided by some invisible thread. The hall opened into another room, Art Corner, a place she had skipped earlier in her initial sweep. It was filled with easels that leaned in exhausted angles, jars of charred paintbrushes, and a long table covered in brittle construction paper. Most of the art had been destroyed by flame, but a few pieces remained, edges curled, colors faded into ghostly impressions of whatever they once displayed. As Amelia approached, she saw a new piece, placed atop the table, clean, bright, a drawing. Her heart skipped. My. The room responded with a faint shift of air, a warm ripple that passed through her coat. The building almost felt like it sighed, not in sorrow but in recognition. She walked past the table, deeper into the art room. A faint tapping drew her attention, a light, rhythmic noise from the far corner. Not steady, not intentional, like something bouncing gently. She followed it. A red rubber ball, old-fashioned, textured, more like a memory of laughter rather than the sound itself. She stood again, cradling the green marble in her pocket, and walked toward the hallway beyond the art room. This hallway was darker, deeper inside the structure, where the roof had caved in more significantly. She stepped carefully, testing each plank before putting her weight on it. Another sound met her, soft, wet, like a muffled sob swallowed by time. Amelia froze. A child's cry? Very faint, very distant, as though bleeding through decades of silence. Her stomach knotted. She approached slowly, following the sound through a half-collapsed doorway. Inside was a room scorched heavily by flame, the worst she'd seen so far. The walls were blackened, the windows melted into strange, tear-shaped patterns. The scent of old smoke clung to the air like a memory that refused to fade. On the floor near the corner was a small cot metal frame twisted by heat, and beneath it, something bright. Amelia knew. A music box, wooden, painted with fading flowers. She brushed ash from its surface. The top was engraved with initials burned lightly into the wood. C.R. Clara Rosewood. Amelia swallowed hard. "Yours," she whispered. As she lifted it, the room changed, not physically, emotionally. A pressure, gentle but deeply sad, washed over her like a tide. Not heavy, not frightening, but unbearably tender, like the weight of a mother bending to soothe a crying child. Amelia cradled the music box against her chest. Then the crying stopped. A moment later, something else happened, so small, so subtle, she might have missed it if she had looked away. A chair in the corner shifted, just an inch, out of the shadow, into the dim light, as though someone too small to speak had tried to come closer. Amelia felt tears prick behind her eyes, not from fear, but from a deep ache that didn't belong only to her. "Are you here?" she whispered. A faint tap answered, not malicious, not urgent, just a touch, like a small knuckle, knocking gently on wood. She closed her eyes for a moment. "It's all right, I'm listening." The room warmed again, not physically but emotionally, the way air warms when someone steps closer. Amelia felt a presence near her left side, very light, very small. She didn't reach out. Children had to choose closeness on their own. She opened her eyes and looked toward the far wall. A smear of soot formed the vague outline of small hands pressed against plaster, a shape not burned by flame but formed by tiny racers of soot escaping around soft fingers once raised to the wall. Hands that had tried to shield themselves, or push open a door, or cling to a teacher's skirt. Her breath trembled. She traced the outline lightly. "I'm so sorry," she whispered into the blackened wall. The presence near her seemed to lean closer, like a child resting their head gently against her shoulder for comfort. Then something brushed her thigh. A toy block. Blue, worn at the edges, not there before. Amelia knelt and picked it up. Thank you. The air seemed to brighten, the presence momentarily lighter. She stood again, tucking the block into her jacket pocket. Her fingers brushed against the pouch of gifts, marbles, ribbons, gum wrappers, each object forming a trail through the nursery's memories. A map of grief, a map of devotion. But the trail was not complete. A soft metallic clink sounded behind her. Amelia turned. A small bracelet, child-sized, beads shaped like stars, placed in the doorway she had just walked through. Not left, placed, guidance, direction. The children wanted her to follow. Amelia walked. The hallway beyond was dark, but a faint glow reflected off something farther ahead. She stepped carefully, the building's breath shifting around her. The glow intensified, illuminating a room that must have been the nursery's main play area. The walls were blackened, but beneath layers of soot, she could see faded murals of smiling suns, trees with cartoon apples, animals with soft eyes. In the center of the room, something extraordinary. 5 small chairs arranged in a circle. Perfect. No pain, only longing. Then something happened that froze her breath entirely. A soft hand, small, gentle, slipped into hers. Warm, like a child thanking her. Amelia did not look down. She didn't need to. She understood. Miss Clara hadn't left them. They hadn't left her. But they needed help, telling the world the truth. The warmth lingered for a long, trembling moment. Then just as slowly, it faded. Amelia opened her eyes. The chairs were empty again. The shadows still. The lullaby fading into silence. But she was no longer afraid of this place. She stood, clutching the music box to her chest. I'll tell your story, she whispered. All of it. The nursery exhaled around her. A long, quiet breath of relief after 20 years of waiting. The melody from Miss Clara's music box lingered in Amelia's ears long after the mechanism wound down, humming like a fragile thread stitched through the silence. The playroom had grown still again, but not empty. The circle of chairs remained intact, small gifts resting patiently atop them as though waiting for her to pick the next piece and follow the next step. Amelia stood slowly, every movement softened by a growing tenderness she hadn't expected to feel in a place shaped by tragedy. She held the music box close to her chest. Its wooden surface was warm now, not by temperature, but by presence. A residue of care, a mother's warmth, a teacher's touch. She slipped it into her jacket alongside the other small offerings, feeling the weight build light objects yet impossibly heavy with meaning. She turned toward the hallway, heart steady, step slow. All right, she whispered, voice soft but resolute. Show me what's left. The building responded. A soft breath of air brushed past her ear, barely there, like a thank you whispered too quietly for any human to produce. Dust spiraled upward, as if lifted by small feet running ahead of her. A faint tap, perhaps a block falling, perhaps a tiny hand guiding, echoed just enough to draw her deeper. Amelia followed. The corridor darkened as she entered it, the ceiling overhead sagging where the fire had eaten through support beams. Light filtered in through fractured roof tiles, falling in uneven stripes across the floor. Ash drifted with each step she took, whispering against her boots. Halfway down the hall, she heard it, a sound she had hoped she'd imagined earlier. A cough, small, wet, choked, a child's cough. The sound shivered through the hallway, hanging for a heartbeat before dissolving into silence. Amelia stilled, breath caught. She waited. Another cough followed, more distant now, echoing faintly through cracks in the walls. Not pain, not fear, not a ghost trying to startle, just the persistent echo of a tiny chest struggling in smoke. Amelia pressed a hand to her heart. Sweetheart, she whispered softly. I hear you. Her scarf shifted gently around her neck as if tugged lightly by invisible fingers. She frowned, reaching up instinctively. The scarf wasn't how she left it. She froze. The fabric was different, heavier, thicker. And when she pulled the scarf forward to look, her breath stuttered. It was not the gray knitted scarf she'd been wearing earlier. It was hers. Yes, same wool, same worn pattern, but altered. A small section near the end bore a dark, circular scorch mark. Amelia knew that mark. She had made it years ago when she got too close to a candle during a holiday shoot. She'd always meant to mend it, but never found the time. But now, the scorch mark had been stitched over, clumsily, lovingly. A patch of fabric sewn atop it with uneven, shaky loops of thread. Thread far lighter than the scarf's color, a child's attempt at repair. Amelia's vision blurred. Her fingers trembled as she traced the patch. The stitches were unmistakably made by small hands, too loose, too wide, the kind that required guidance but were done with determination. She swallowed hard, throat tightening around the weight of emotion. "You fixed it for me," she whispered. A draft exhaled through the corridor. Not cold, not chilling, warm. Like someone was glad she noticed. Tears pricked behind her eyes. She pressed the scarf against her cheek. "Thank you," she breathed. She wasn't alone. She hadn't been since she stepped inside. She continued down the hall, letting the scarf fall gently against her chest. Her boots scraped softly across the blackened floorboards. The next room she entered had once been the main nap area. Metal cots lined the walls, each with a blanket pulled halfway across the mattress, frozen in a moment, halfway between urgency and routine, as though the staff had tried to wake the children but had not had enough time. Amelia stepped carefully between the cots. A faint sound rose in the room, something soft, cloth rustling, a blanket shifting. She turned sharply, breath catching. The small cot near the back had changed. Its blanket, charred at the edges, had been straightened, smoothed, as though tiny hands had fussed with it until it looked neat. Another act of care. "Miss Clara?" Amelia whispered. Silence, but not absence. Something brushed her sleeve. She turned and froze. A shadow leaned near one cot. Not a dark shape, not a form, just a suggestion. The faint outline of a woman kneeling, a shape of devotion. Shoulders rounded, head bowed, arms folded in the motion of someone soothing a child. Amelia held her breath. "Are you?" she managed. Before the question finished, the shadow dissolved with a soft sigh, leaving only the faint scent of lavender and charred cotton. A protective presence, a mother's presence, a teacher's promise, kept well beyond death. Amelia approached the cot where the shadow had knelt. A small object rested there, as though placed after the shadow faded. Her camera. She blinked in confusion. Her camera, the one hanging from her neck not moments earlier, was now sitting gently atop the cot. Not dropped. Not lost. Placed. Amelia touched her chest. The strap was empty. "How?" she whispered, voice shaking. Someone had taken it from her, but with such care she hadn't even felt it removed. She lifted the camera, turning it over. The lens was clean, the body polished, and when she pressed the playback button, her breath caught. New photos. Dozens. Photos she hadn't taken. Children's drawings. Classroom corners. Tiny shoes aligned beneath hooks. Smiles captured in crayon on walls. A teacher's desk without scorch marks. Cots with blankets unburned. A yard with sunlight instead of ash. Moments before the fire. Moments of life. Moments someone wanted remembered. Her hands trembled as she scrolled through the images, tears blurring her vision. "I'll show these," she whispered. "I'll make sure everyone sees." The room exhaled softly, a warm ripple of relief passing through the air. But the moment was short-lived, because then a new sound rolled across the building. A deep creak, wood warping, weight shifting, a beam groaning somewhere overhead. The presence around her tightened, protective, urgent. Amelia stepped back instinctively as dust rained from the ceiling. A charred beam near the far wall sagged dangerously. The building had been stable moments earlier, but something had shifted, some weight pushed beyond its limit, some hidden structural weakness giving way. A faint child's cough echoed from the doorway. Amelia spun. "Wait, don't," But the air behind her froze, not with cold, with decision. Something passed through her, warm, firm, the sensation of a hand against her back. Gentle, guiding, unmistakably adult. She staggered forward as the invisible hand pressed more urgently. Miss Clara, Amelia Guspet. The pressure increased, guiding, protecting, insisting. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. The beam sagged further. Cracks spidered across the plaster like lightning strikes. Amelia stumbled toward the door. The hand guided her. A soft whisper brushed her ear, warm breath. A teacher's reassurance. Not you too. Amelia broke into a run, boots thudding across the floorboards. The invisible hand urged her forward, ushering her away from the collapsing room. She reached the threshold, and without warning, the world behind her caved. A thunderous crash shook the building. Ash billowed out in thick, gray clouds. The beam splintered. Cots rattled violently, and the ceiling collapsed where she had just stood. If she had stayed even 2 seconds longer, she would have died exactly where Miss Clara had. Breathless, coughing through the dust, Amelia stumbled to the opposite wall and braced herself, heart pounding wildly. The protective hand remained on her shoulder for another moment, steadying her trembling form. "Thank you," she whispered, tears streaking down her face. The hand lifted gradually, but not all presence faded. A soft hum drifted through the room. A lullaby, the same one from the music box, but sung this time, not by a child, not by an echo, by a woman's voice. Warm, soft, cracked with sorrow, filled with endless love. Amelia sank to her knees. "Miss Clara," she whispered, voice trembling with reverence. "I'll finish what you couldn't, I promise." The lullaby faded. A final warmth brushed the back of Amelia's hand. A kiss, a goodbye, a blessing. Then the air went still. The presence retreated, not leaving, not disappearing, but stepping back into the quiet corners where love waited patiently for memory to do its work. Amelia wiped her face, stood shakily, and faced the long hallway out of the nursery. The building no longer felt like a tomb. It felt like a lesson and a plea. Show them the truth. The walls seemed to whisper, and Amelia would. But before she left, something else waited for her just beyond the doorway. Her scarf, folded neatly, placed atop a small chair, the mended patch glowing softly in the light. The final gift. Amelia Ward steadied herself in the hallway as the dust settled around her, drifting like pale ash snowflakes in the thinning light. The collapse behind her had silenced the old nap room entirely. The groans of the building quieted into a heavy stillness, as though the nursery had exhaled after holding its breath for 20 years. She touched her chest, feeling the rapid flutter of her heartbeat beneath the scarf Miss Clara, or perhaps the children, had mended. The patch of stitching warmed against her skin, radiating the tiny, determined effort of small hands that wanted to care for her the way someone had once cared for them. She lifted the scarf and pressed the soft fabric against her cheek, breathing in the faint scent of lavender mixed with smoke. "Thank you," she whispered into the quiet. "I'm safe, because of you." Her words were met with a hush so gentle it felt like a nod. Amelia turned toward the exit, her bag heavy with gifts. The marbles, the ribbon, the small knitted mitten, the child's spoon, the music box, the block, the folded crane, and the camera full of photos she hadn't taken. Evidence not of haunting, but of memory. Evidence not of terror, but of truth. They had chosen her to remember for them, and she would. She took her first step toward the front doors, boots crunching softly on ash. The building didn't resist as it had before. The air seemed to part for her, giving her space to leave without guilt, without the sense that she was abandoning someone. Unlike past explorers who had fled this place in fear, Amelia walked with the strange sensation of being escorted past overturned chairs, down hallways lined with soot-darkened murals, past the art room, past the reading corner, past cribs that now looked less like cages and more like small beds waiting for their caretaker's return. As she passed the foyer, the broken door creaked gently inward, opening rather than closing. A goodbye gesture, a blessing. Sunlight spilled through the threshold, washing across the dusty floor like the first honest warmth this place had felt in years. Amelia stepped out into the embrace of the late afternoon, the forest humming softly in the wind. Birds called distantly. Pines whispered overhead. The world outside felt strangely new, cleaner, brighter, as though the nursery's release had allowed the hill itself to breathe again. As she crossed the gravel yard, she turned back one last time, and for a moment, a fleeting, delicate moment, she saw her. Not fully, not clearly, just a silhouette framed by the ruined doorway, shoulders slightly stooped, hands clasped gently at her front, skirt brushing her knees, the outline of a woman watching over her children. Miss Glada. Amelia blinked, and the silhouette dissolved into sunlight, but something warm stirred through the wind, brushing Amelia's cheek like the softest kiss goodbye. She whispered, "Rest now." "Him?" the hillside answered with a hush. She loaded her camera and bag into her car with careful hands, unwilling to break the quiet spell that wrapped around her like a shawl. When she slid into the driver's seat, she resisted the urge to look back again. She didn't want to turn the hill into a ghostly relic in her mind. She wanted it to stay a place of remembrance, of honor, a place where truth had waited long enough. She started the engine. The noise shattered the silence in a gentle, necessary way, like snapping twigs underfoot during a solemn walk in the woods. As she pulled onto the gravel path, she saw the nursery, reflected briefly in her rearview mirror, perched atop the hill like a tired guardian, finally ready to sleep. Halfway down the winding road, she stopped the car, not because she saw something, but because she heard something. A soft jingling, a child's chime. A luklak, the kind babies shake in nursery circles, its sound light as glass, sweet as breath. It floated down the hillside, carried by a playful, almost joyful breeze. Not a warning, not a cry for help, an approval, a farewell. Amelia lowered her window, closing her eyes as the delicate sound drifted through the trees. She knew better than to search for its source. Some gifts were meant to be heard, not found. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll tell them your truth." The chime jingled once more, a single bright note that felt like a small hand waving goodbye. Then silence returned. Not oppressive, but peaceful. Amelia continued driving. Back home, twilight folded over her small apartment like a gentle blanket. She placed the gifts on her kitchen table one by one, treating each item with reverence. The marble that caught the lamplight like a tiny planet, the ribbon that looked as fresh as a morning sky, the crayon with its perfect wrapper, the small knitted square that seemed to hum with warmth, the ribbon, the block, the spoon, the music box, and finally the camera. She sat down slowly. The scarf weighed comfortably on her shoulders, the mended patch resting against her collarbone like a promise. She lifted the camera and scrolled through the images again. Each photo felt impossibly personal, as though she were leafing through memories, belonging to someone she'd never met but understood intimately. Children laughing in sunlight, tiny hands gripping crayons, Miss Clara kneeling to tie a shoelace, a birthday cake with crooked candles. A circle of chairs with smiling paper suns taped above them, moments frozen before flame, before smoke, before the world forgot. Amelia pressed a hand over her mouth, tears brimming. "People need to see these," she whispered into the dim light. "Your story, your care, your bravery. They'll know." Outside, wind brushed the window. Inside, a faint warmth stirred through the scarf's mended patch. A thank you. She opened her laptop and began to type. Her article wasn't dramatic. It wasn't sensational. It was gentle, deliberate, filled with quiet truth. The children did not die alone. Miss Clara did not abandon them. She stayed. She included photos the world had never seen, carefully, respectfully, without intrusion. She wrote about the evidence she found, the notes, the drawings, the grave. She wrote with compassion, not fear. With dignity, not pity. Oogspast. Her vingers ached. Her eyes burned, but the story took shape. And when she hit save, the room felt full as though the children sat around her one last time, listening to their teacher's story being retold. She closed her laptop. The scarf warmed again. She smiled through tired tears. "Good night," she whispered. For a moment, she thought that was the end. But just before she turned off the light, a soft sound drifted from her bag. A fin ratle, metal against wood. She opened the flap. The music box. It had wound itself. She lifted it gently. The lid opened, and for one brief second, not even long enough to be certain, Amelia saw the reflection of a woman behind her in the polished metal interior. A warm face, a tired smile, hair tied in a bun, hands folded, a caretaker, a protector. Then the reflection faded, leaving only Amelia's own teary face. The music box played 3 soft notes. A lullaby, a goodbye, a promise kept. Amelia placed it carefully beside her scarf, turned off the lamp, and let the warm quiet settle over her. Outside, the wind carried a last faint jingle of a luke-lack across the night. The hill had spoken. The children were at rest. And Miss Clara's last lesson, the lesson of love, that outlived fire, had finally been heard. Story 4. The 404 delivery. Jessica Hale didn't consider herself the kind of person who spooked easily. She worked in UX and digital design, lived in a minimalist micro-loft on the 18th floor, drank cold brew at ungodly hours, and spent more nights debugging code than sleeping. Superstition had no place in her life. Her universe was one of clean interfaces, structured logic, and the gentle hum of machines doing exactly what they were told, which is why the first notification didn't bother her. Not really. She had been asleep for barely an hour when her phone buzzed sharply at 3:03 a.m., cutting through the quiet like a scalpel. The sound was crisp, too crisp, its upward ping echoing against the concrete walls. Jessica blinked awake, groggy, reaching blindly for the device on her nightstand. One notification. White background, black text, a simple icon of a delivery truck. Your package is arriving soon. See you at your door. Jessica squinted, half convinced she was dreaming. She hadn't ordered anything. She rarely did. The last thing she remembered was closing her laptop after finishing a client sprint fixing a navigation bug on a booking site until her vision blurred. She tapped the notification. It opened nothing. No tracking number. No sender. No order history. Just a blank screen. Huh, she whispered, rubbing her eyes. Probably a glitch from one of the delivery apps she had installed years ago. She cleared the alert and fell back onto her pillow, mind fogging as sleep crept in again. But just as she dozed off, ping, same tone, same brightness, same impossible hour. Her eyes snapped open. Another message, identical. Your package is arriving soon. See you at your door. Her thumb hovered over the dismiss button a moment longer this time. The air felt different, cooler, as though the AC had shifted its cycle. She listened to the steady hum of the unit overhead. No anomalies. Just the usual mechanical drone. It's fine, she said quietly to herself. It's just broken code. Happens. She cleared the notification again, turned her phone face down, pulled the blanket up, ignored the way her hands trembled just slightly. And when the third ping came, soft and perfect at 3:07 a.m., Jessica pretended not to hear it. The next morning, she checked again. No new orders. No email receipts. No activity whatsoever. Everything normal. She made coffee, watered her tiny succulent by the window, opened Slack, and reassured herself with the comfortingly mundane rhythm of a Tuesday morning sprint review. But that night, right on time, 3:03 a.m., ping. She sat upright immediately, her pulse kicking. This time the notification flickered for half a second before stabilizing, like a frame dropped in an animation. Your package is arriving soon. See you at your door. Her throat tightened. She tapped the notification. It didn't vanish. Instead, it glitched, a jagged swarm of pixels swelling from the edges like corrupted data before dissolving into a blank gray screen. The AC roared overhead, louder than usual, almost drowning out the faint hum of the city below. Jessica swung her legs over the side of the bed, suddenly too awake. This wasn't normal, not even close. She checked all her apps, scrolled through notifications, verified her accounts. Nothing. She turned off the phone, set it face down again, and slid beneath the covers. Minutes ticked by. Her breathing steadied. Her eyelids grew heavy. Then, ping. Her body tensed. The phone was still off. The notification sound had come from nowhere. She sat perfectly still, heart banging against her ribs. Slowly, she lifted the phone, pressed the button. Black screen, still off. But the room didn't feel empty, or still. Something in the air shifted again, like the slightest change in pressure, the way hallways feel when someone walks through them. Jessica hugged her arms around herself. "I'm overtired," she murmured. "That's it. Sleep deprivation. Stress hallucinations." She repeated it again and again, until she almost believed it. The following night, she prepared differently. She kept her laptop open beside her. Phone notification disabled. Volume set to 0. Every delivery app logged out. Two-factor authentication turned on. The building security app pulled up beside her Twitter feed. She waited. 2:59 a.m. Silence. 3:01 a.m. Her apartment settled softly, the metal beams in the walls ticking faintly. 3:02 a.m. Her phone dimmed its lock screen glow. 3:03 a.m. Ping. Not from her phone. From inside the apartment itself, like a notification from a speaker that didn't exist. A digital chime with no source. Jessica froze, breath stuttering. Her laptop remained dark, her phone motionless, her smartwatch silent on the nightstand. The sound had appeared behind her, near the entrance hall, near the front door. Her heart beat unevenly, each pulse echoing in her ears. Slowly, she uncurled from beneath her blanket and padded onto the cold laminate floor, the chill grounding her as she moved down the short hallway. The building was modern motion sensors, overhead LEDs, brushed metal fixtures. Everything felt clinical, predictable. Except now, the AC hummed aggressively overhead, rattling in a way it never had before. Jessica stood in front of her door, the peephole glowing faintly from the hallway light outside. She hesitated, then unlocked her phone and opened the security camera app. The feed loaded. Her stomach dropped. Someone was standing in the lobby downstairs. A figure, dressed in an old courier uniform logo faded, cap soaked from the night drizzle, holding a box at his side. He wasn't moving, not shifting weight, not breathing visibly, just standing, facing the elevator, facing up, waiting for something. Jessica swallowed hard. Her finger hovered over the zoom slider. Slowly, she dragged it upward. The camera sharpened, grainy at first, then clearer, locking onto the figure's outline. His posture was stiff, his shirt tucked too tightly into belted trousers from 2 decades ago, his shoes muddy, soles worn thin. His face. She leaned closer. He wasn't looking up at the camera. He wasn't looking at anything. His head was tilted down, chin almost touching his chest, as though exhausted from standing for far too long. Her thumb trembled as she tapped audio. Static burst through, crackling, hissing. Then, a slow, ragged breath. Not loud, just barely there. A wheeze dragged through a broken microphone. The breath of someone carrying a weight he'd held too long. Jessica's mouth went dry. "Who?" she whispered under her breath. The figure didn't move. The elevator behind him dinged faintly on the camera feed, yet its doors didn't open, didn't close, just flickered with the same number. G. Stuck. Jessica's skin prickled. The courier didn't flinch, didn't react, didn't raise his head, just breathed slow, heavy, like someone trying to finish a job long after his body had given up. Then, her phone buzzed. A notification blinked at the top. She felt nausea rise as she read it. "Your package is arriving soon. Please be ready." She looked back at the camera. The courier was facing upward now, facing her floor, facing the elevator shaft that hadn't moved for him in 2 years. Jessica stumbled backward instinctively, breath catching, her chest tightening with terror she couldn't rationalize away. Because as she stared at the screen, the courier lifted his free hand, not toward the elevator, not toward the camera, toward her, toward her apartment, toward the 18th floor. His finger extended. He pointed at her door. The old uniform sleeve slid down his wrist, revealing pale skin, bluish, cold, like someone who had lain on concrete far too long. Jessica dropped her phone. It clattered to the floor, the notification glowing like an eye in the dark. She backed away, heart hammering so loudly she could feel it in her throat. Overhead, the AC rattled violently. Lights flickered. Her phone buzzed again. One final notification appeared, as crisp and bright as the first night. Delivery attempt 404 failed. Recipient not available. Jessica choked on her breath. Another line appeared beneath it, a line she had never seen on any app. Retry scheduled for tomorrow, 3:03 a.m. Her pulse spiked. This wasn't a glitch. Wasn't stress. Wasn't fatigue. Someone or something was trying to finish a delivery that had never been completed, a delivery meant for someone else, and now stuck to her. Jessica stumbled back into her room, slammed the door shut, and pressed her back against it. Her phone buzzed once more. She forced herself to look. A final message appeared, this one dimmer, as though the screen struggled to display it. He's still waiting. And beneath it, please answer the door. Jessica Hale did not sleep the night after the courier pointed directly at her door. She spent hours sitting on the edge of her bed, wrapped in a blanket, phone clutched in both hands as though it were a lifeline or a threat. Every sound in her apartment seemed amplified. The hum of the AC, the faint ticking of metal cooling in the walls, the whisper of wind along the balcony glass. Ordinary noises, yet somehow wrong, as if the building itself knew something she didn't, and had decided to hold its breath. By sunrise, she was exhausted but wired, her nerves sharp as needles. She opened the blinds mechanically, letting weak daylight seep in, washing her apartment in diluted blues and grays. The world outside looked normal, cars humming past, cyclists weaving through morning traffic, a dog walker tugging impatiently at a stubborn terrier. Normal life, completely indifferent to what waited in the building lobby. Jessica brewed coffee she didn't drink, showered too quickly, and spent much of her morning staring at the security feed of the lobby, even though she knew the courier was gone during the day. The camera showed only empty flooring, glossy marble reflecting the slow motion of revolving glass doors. A few residents passed through, an elderly couple with matching tote bags, a woman in scrubs, a man walking briskly with a Bluetooth headset. No courier, no standing figure, no box. Jessica noted one detail with a shiver, though she tried to convince herself it was nothing. The elevator still displayed G on the lobby screen, even though she watched residents ride it up and down. She closed her laptop, told herself she was imagining patterns, but every time she blinked, she saw him, the courier, head bowed, books in hand, pointing upward with fingers that had no right to move anymore. That night she didn't bother lying down. She dragged her chair into the living room, facing the door. She turned on all lights, plugged her phone into the charger, sat her laptop open on the coffee table, with the security feed occupying the entire screen. 2:40 a.m. Her own reflection stared back at her in the dark window, glass hair messy, eyes swollen with fatigue. She rubbed her temples and pulled her knees to her chest. 2:55 a.m. The AC hummed louder, rattling in its metal cage overhead. 2:59 a.m. Her building settled with a soft groan. 3 a.m. Ping. Jessica flinched violently. Her phone lit up on the table, vibrating with delicate insistence. Your package is arriving soon. See you at your door. Her chest constricted, but she wasn't surprised. Not anymore. She grabbed the phone and tapped into the notification, not expecting it to open. But this time, it did. A screen she had never seen appeared grainy, monochrome flickering as though piped from a corrupted feed. Live delivery status. Floor 0 floor. 18. Attempting transit. Attempting transit? Attempting transit? Jessica frowned in disbelief. What did that even mean? Her building didn't have a floor 0. She lunged for her laptop and refreshed the lobby feed. At first, the screen showed nothing, just the empty lobby, silent, lifeless. Then a faint flicker, a static ripple across the floor tiles, and the courier appeared, not walking in, not materializing, just there, as though he'd always been there. He stood closer to the elevator tonight, not where he'd been yesterday, not by the doors. 1 meter closer. Jessica's pulse quickened. She zoomed in, hands shaking. The details sharpened the worn uniform, the faded logo, the battered box, the mud-smeared shoes, and his posture. His shoulders curled inward, as though burdened by weight that wasn't physical. His fingers clutched the top of the box loosely, but something had changed. His head was no longer bowed, not fully. Tonight, his chin had lifted half an inch, just enough for Jessica to see the shadow where his eyes should be. Her breath hitched. She unmuted the audio. Static filled the speakers thick, corrupted, like wind passing through metal. Then something beneath it. A rhythmic scraping, a sound like fabric dragging across marble. Maybe a shoe, maybe something else. Jessica leaned closer. The elevator behind him displayed G again, flickering. Why is it always stuck there? She murmured. Then, the elevator dinged. That soft, electronic tone she heard every day when the doors opened on her floor. Familiar, mechanical, comforting. Except the doors didn't open. Not in the lobby. Not on her screen. They didn't budge. But the courier reacted. His head jerked upward a fraction more, as though listening to it. He lifted the box half an inch. The microphone picked up a faint sound. A breath, painfully slow, strained, wet, as though pulled from lungs full of dust. Jessica's stomach twisted. She clicked to review the archived footage from the previous night, dragging back the timeline to compare frames. When she split the screen in two, her blood ran cold. Night 1, courier stands near the far wall, across the lobby. Night 2, courier stands halfway to the elevator. Night 3 tonight, courier stands within 3 steps of the elevator doors. He was moving, not in front of the camera, not in real time, but between nights, closing the distance. Jessica's hands trembled violently. She clutched the edge of the coffee table to steady herself. "He's coming up," she whispered. The words sounded insane out loud, but the evidence crawled across her screen in silent, undeniable increments. She checked the live delivery status screen again on her phone. Floor 0, floor 1, attempting transit. Attempting transit. Her building didn't have a floor 0, but it did have an old, sealed basement level. A collapsed storage hall filled with debris from a fire decades ago. Rumors among residents said someone once died there. Jessica's skin crawled. The courier wasn't trying to reach her using the normal elevator. He was trying to reach her through the ghost of an old one. She turned back to the security feed. The courier's chin lifted a bit more. Just a bit. Enough for her to see a hollowed cheek. Skin pulled too tightly across bone. Hair clinging to his forehead as though matted with rain or decay. He lifted his foot. Just barely. But enough. He had taken 1 step closer to the elevator. The camera glitched violently. Horizontal bars cutting across the screen. Colors dissolving into corrupted pixels. Audio exploding in a burst of static. Jessica jumped so hard she knocked over her water glass, sending liquid across her table. She scrambled for a towel, eyes fixed on the security feed even as she wiped frantically. When the image returned, the courier was gone. Jessica froze, breath caught in her throat. She zoomed out, refreshed the feed, switched angles. Nothing. Lobby. Empty. Elevator. Closed. Doors. Still. Floor indicator. Stuck. On G. Her hand shook as she checked her floor's hallway, feed something she rarely had reason to open. She flicked through cameras. Floor 18. Hallway A. Empty. Hallway B. Empty. Elevator interior. Lights flickering. Walls briefly reflecting something like a shadow, but no figure. Jessica held her breath. and replayed the elevator feed in slow motion, frame by frame. At first, nothing changed. Then, frame 73, a blur in the corner. Frame 74, the blur sharpened. Frame 75, a shape coalesced between the flickering lights. A human outline, shoulders slumped, head bowed. Frame 76. He lifted the box, just slightly, as though checking its weight, as though preparing. Frame 77. The lights flickered violently, and he was gone. Jessica recoiled, nearly dropping her laptop. Her phone buzzed softly beside her. A new notification appeared. Your courier is en route. Estimated arrival, 3:18 a.m. She looked at the clock. 3:12 a.m. Her heart sized. She scrambled to the peephole and pressed her eye to it. The hallway was empty, silent still. Just the sterile carpet and the soft hum of overhead lighting. Her phone buzzed again. She lifted it with numb fingers. Your courier is on your floor, preparing final delivery. Jessica stumbled backward. No, she whispered, shaking her head. No, 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 no. A sound echoed from the hallway. A soft hum. Mechanical. Familiar. Ding. The elevator. On her floor. Even though seconds ago it had been stuck on G. Jessica clamped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide as the sound reverberated down the hall. Her phone buzzed. Your package is arriving now. Her breath caught. Her apartment door creaked. Just once. A whisper of movement. Not from inside. From the hallway. Something brushed against the bottom of the door. A soft, scraping drag, like cardboard nudged lightly across carpet. She staggered back, pulse exploding. Her phone chimed one more time. A final notification. Delivery attempt, #4 Zaroviv. Package placed at your door. Please retrieve within 30 seconds. Jessica stared at the door in horror, because slowly, deliberately, the shadow of a box appeared beneath the narrow gap between the floor and the hall. She took one shaky step back, then another. The AC rattled violently overhead. Lights dimmed. Her phone buzzed. Please open the door. He's waiting. Jessica's lungs tightened. Because from behind the door, a soft, exhausted exhale pressed into the crack between them, as though someone, cold, tired, and long overdue, was standing inches away. Jessica stood frozen in the center of her small living room, her breath thinning into fragile threads that barely reached the air before dissolving back into her throat, her heartbeat pounding with a steady, warning insistence that felt almost mechanical, as if her body were trying to operate on instinct after her mind had already slipped into a quiet, stunned panic. The apartment, usually a clean-lined sanctuary of concrete and soft LED glow, now felt sealed shut like a metal chamber, where sound traveled slower and deeper, where the hum of the AC seemed to vibrate against the walls rather than cool the air. She stared at the thin slice of darkness beneath her front door where the silhouette of the box lay motionless like a punctuation mark waiting to be read. And then, with a kind of gradual reveal that made her skin climb tight against her bones, she saw the shape of shoes, scuffed, heavy, unmoving, settle into place just beyond the threshold. They hadn't stepped there. They hadn't approached. They simply were, as if they had been standing there all along, merely waiting for the light to shift enough for her to notice. A chill ascended slowly from the floor, slipping across the skin of her bare feet, climbing her ankles, curling itself around her calves with the intimate persistence of rising water. Another breath seeped through the gap beneath the door, this one drawn out and weighted, like someone trying to steady themselves under a burden they had carried far longer than any human should. Jessica raised a trembling hand to her mouth to keep any sound from escaping as she backed away, each step shaky, each foot landing softly on the laminate floor as though any noise might crack the moment open into something worse. On the coffee table, her laptop screen continued its split display. The hallway camera on one side, the elevator interior on the other, both flickering in an out-of-sync rhythm that made her dizzy if she stared too long. When she forced herself to glance at the elevator feed, a wave of nausea swept through her. The camera lights were glitching again, strobing in intermittent bursts, and each flash revealed the courier's silhouette appearing and disappearing in uneven frames. One moment his head bowed, the next his shoulders slumped, the next the outline of the box in his hands, faintly visible, distorted as if he weren't occupying the space in a continuous way, but slipping between layers of signal, between tangled strings of time, between the memory of the old service elevator and the digital feed of the new one. She felt her breath stutter when a soft knock, not a human knock, not even a full tap, more like the gentle bump of cardboard against wood pressed against the lower part of the door, followed by the whisper of fabric shifting, followed by something that sounded almost like a low sigh, the kind a person makes when they've finally reached the end of a long journey and have no strength left to stand upright. Jessica pressed herself against the far wall, shaking violently as her phone buzzed on the table, vibrating in a slow, deliberate pattern, and she forced herself to reach for it, fingers numb as she flipped it over and read the newest message glowing against the glass. Final delivery attempt in progress. Please open the door. And before she could process it, before she could smother the rising terror clawing up her throat, the doorknob turned one quiet, careful inch to the left, just enough for the metal to whisper. Jessica's lungs cinched tight as the doorknob shifted that single, devastating inch. A movement so small, yet so deliberate, that every hair along her arms lifted, as though the air itself recoiled. She felt the silence in her apartment sharpen, condense, become something with weight, a pressure that pushed against her ears and held her spine rigid while the metal continued its slow, patient rotation, the kind of movement made by fingers that were not fully solid. Fingers guessing at the mechanics of the living, fingers rehearsing a gesture they had long forgotten how to complete. Her heartbeat thumped wildly in her throat, each pulse thick and heavy, almost metallic, almost echoing, and she pressed her back harder against the cold wall, trying to quiet every part of her body, terrified that the slightest quiver might signal acknowledgement to whatever stood on the other side. Her phone buzzed again in her trembling hand, the vibration skittering across her palm like an insect trying to escape, and she forced her eyes down just long enough to see a new notification bloom across the screen. Recipient detected, proceeding with delivery. The doorknob twitched at the exact same moment, as if responding to the message, as if synced to a system no living courier had ever used, and a faint scrape of cardboard brushed against the door again, a slow, dragging sound that conjured the image of the box being lifted, repositioned, presented. Jessica could almost imagine an exhausted arm raising it, could almost feel the heaviness of the presence behind the door, the dull heat of breath leaking through the gap beneath it, breath that carried no rhythm, no vitality, only the weary insistence of something unfinished. Was trying to slide a delivery slip through the narrow gap just to prove that he had reached her at last. Jessica stared at the thin sliver of paper nudging its way beneath the door, its edge trembling as though held by fingers that weren't entirely capable of gripping it, the motion delicate and unsteady, like a task performed by memory rather than by strength. And as the paper slid further into the apartment, she felt her own breath falter, because it wasn't just a sheet of paper. It was the quiet confirmation that the thing outside wasn't going to leave simply because she refused to open the door. It had protocols, rituals, unfinished instructions embedded in whatever echo of a life it still clung to. The paper pushed in bit by bit, scraping the floor with a whispering sound that made her skin crawl, an almost tactile noise like dried leaves dragged over a gravestone, and she watched, paralyzed, as the courier's murmured plea, soft, rasping, almost apologetic, breathed through the wood again, the faint syllables smearing together into something that might once have been, "Please sign here," but now sounded more like static learning to speak. The apartment seemed to compress inward, the air thickening until even the hum of the AC felt distant, submerged, muted beneath an overbearing stillness. And just as the slip of paper inched fully into the room, her phone vibrated violently in her hand, flashing a new notification that she couldn't bring herself to swipe away. Signature required. Courier waiting. But before she could react, before she could even think, The lights flickered in a stuttering rhythm that cast her shadow across the wall in jagged, unnatural shapes. And on the hallway camera feed still open on her laptop, she saw movement, not in the hallway itself, but in the elevator. The metal box shivered as though someone heavy was leaning against the interior wall, and then the doors, which had been frozen at G all night, began to pulse between numbers. G1, G, B1, G cycling through levels that no longer existed. Levels that had been sealed or remodeled or erased years before. The building's memory glitching and folding in on itself as if the courier were trying to navigate through a structure that no longer matched the one he had died in. The elevator screen flickered violently, and the courier appeared for a fraction of a second, flickering like a corrupted GIF, trapped mid-frame, his head bowed, his shoulders shaking faintly, as though burdened by an impossible fatigue. And then he vanished again, reappearing on the next flicker with the box lifted higher, closer to his chest, the corner of it crushed inward as if something other than his hands had pressed against it. Jessica felt the terror rise inside her like a tide, one that threatened to drown rationality altogether, but she couldn't tear her gaze from the feed or from the slip of paper now lying on her floor, its blank line meant for a signature glowing faintly, as though illuminated from within, pulsing in time with her heartbeat, or the courier's, or the building's warped sense of time. The single tap dissolved into the apartment like a drop of ink spreading through water, subtle but unmistakable, and Jessica felt her entire body recoil, even though she didn't move an inch, her muscles tightening beneath her skin as if bracing for an impact that never came. And when no second tap followed, she found herself listening harder, leaning into the silence, despite the terror tightening her ribs, straining to catch whatever came next from the other side of the door. The air pressed against her eardrums in a way that made the room feel smaller, lower, almost as if the ceiling were sinking by a fraction of an inch each second. And then she heard it an exhale, shallow and dragging, the sound of someone trying to gather themselves for a task they had repeated too many times, a breath so fatigued it almost sounded like the end of a sob. The paper on the floor fluttered as if stirred by that breath, and Jessica's gaze locked onto it, that slip with its faintly glowing signature line, the pulse of its light now steady and slow, synchronized with something she could not see, something that waited centimeters from her doorframe. She glanced at the hallway camera again, her hand trembling so violently she had to steady it against the table, and the feed stuttered once more. For a moment, the screen went black. When the image returned, her blood turned to ice. The camera angle hadn't changed, but the perspective had. She was no longer looking down the hallway. Instead, the camera seemed to be pointed upward from a lower position, as though someone had crouched directly beneath it. She couldn't see a face, not clearly, only the blurred suggestion of a cap brim and the edge of a box pressed against fabric. Then the feed twitched, stretched, distorted, like a screen pulled by invisible fingers, and she heard the elevator chime in real time, an impossible sound because it had already arrived on her floor, yet it rang again, softly, mournfully, as though echoing from a place below the foundation. Her phone buzzed in her hand, vibrating in a steady rhythm that made her fingertips go numb, and a new line of text scrolled across the screen with agonizing slowness. Courier has reached destination. Waiting for acceptance. Jessica's breath hitched. The doorknob shifted another fraction, metal groaning softly, and she felt, not a knock this time, but the faintest, most brittle brushing sound against the wood, like fingertips that were too worn, too damaged, too cold to knock again. She didn't dare move, didn't dare speak, didn't dare breathe too loudly. And then, in the quiet that followed, a voice rose just above the threshold of hearing, a low, hoarse whisper that seemed to scrape its way through the door, too thin to be fully human, yet carrying something heartbreakingly human within it, as if it had been rehearsed through dust and rain and time. Please, let me finish. And Jessica felt something inside her twist. Not just fear now, but a bewildering flicker of pity, of recognition, for the unbearable sense that the presence outside wasn't here to harm her at all, but because it no longer knew how to stop. Jessica didn't know how long she stood there with her back pressed against the wall, her breath trapped in her chest like a held note in a song she no longer remembered, because time had begun to feel strangely elastic in the apartment, stretching and tightening in unnatural ways, as though the presence outside her door were pulling it taut, reshaping it according to some old route or long-lost schedule that did not belong to the living. And while fear still clung to her like cold static, something else began to seep into her awareness, a fragile strand of understanding that slipped quietly into the cracks of her panic, whispering that the courier wasn't trying to break in or frighten her. He wasn't even really looking for her. He was trying to complete something he had failed to finish in life, a task that had become so fused with his identity that even death hadn't taught him how to let go. She swallowed hard, her gaze flicking once more to the slip of paper on the floor, its faint glow pulsing like the heartbeat of a dying device. And as she watched, the letters on the page began to distort, not in a supernatural way, but in the way an old digital screen glitches when it tries to display data too old, too broken, too corrupted. The line for her signature rippled as though caught between formats, half handwritten, half pixelated. And next to it, with shadows pooling in the corners like stains that had soaked through from another time, and the carpet, a pristine gray earlier, now looked darker, older, worn down in the center by the repeated weight of heavy boots. The air in the feed seemed thicker, fogged slightly, as though humidity or exhaust fumes clung to it, and Jessica realized with horror that the camera wasn't showing now, it was showing then, showing the floor as it had looked years ago, perhaps on the night the courier had died. A grinding sound rose from the laptop speakers, a slow metallic drag like the scraping of a collapsed elevator trying to move even though its gears had fused into rust, and Jessica watched helplessly as the elevator indicator on the screen flickered through numbers that no longer belonged to her building. B3, B2, -1, 0, as if retracing a route from a basement service shaft that had long since been sealed and forgotten. Something inside the elevator shifted, a dark shape swaying slightly with the motion of an ascent the building wasn't actually making, and the lights inside flickered hard enough to distort the frame, creating a smear of pale skin and the outline of the courier's old uniform before the image snapped into focus for the briefest, most sickening heartbeat, revealing his face, or what remained of it. Not destroyed, not monstrous, just desperately, heartbreakingly tired. A face caught in the glaze of someone who had been awake for far too many nights, someone who had pushed through storm and exhaustion just to finish one last job, and Jessica flinched violently as his eyes dark, sunken, searching, lifted toward the elevator doors, as if he sensed he was close to the final stop. The doorknob beside her turned again, slower this time, as if the courier were gathering whatever strength he had left, and through the thin slice beneath the door, she saw not just the shadow of the box, but the faint, trembling outline of fingers, just 4 of them curling downward as if he were gently bracing himself to kneel. Jessica's breath hitched as she watched those faint, trembling fingers brace themselves against the floor outside her apartment, the shape barely visible beneath the door, but clear enough to banish any last traces of doubt that this was some kind of glitch or hallucination, because fingers, real or not, have weight, have intention, and the slow, deliberate way those 4 silhouettes curled against the carpet told her that the courier was gathering himself, not to break in, not to force anything, but to kneel, to lower the box the way a weary soul might lower a burden that had carved itself into his existence. And as the shadow shifted, she heard the softest, saddest sound, not quite a groan and not quite a breath, but something in between, the exhausted release of someone who had reached the destination far later than he was ever meant to. The slip of paper at her feet pulsed again, a faint glow rising through it like backlit data trying to resurrect itself, and the numbers on the signature line flickered more violently now, the ghost of the 404 delivery code struggling to implement a protocol that didn't understand death, didn't acknowledge interruption, didn't know how to stop looping once it began. Jessica felt an ache bloom beneath her sternum, a strange mix of terror and sympathy swelling in her chest, because the presence outside did not feel malevolent anymore. It felt trapped, suffocated by a duty so deeply woven into its final moments that even the unraveling of flesh and bone had not freed it. On the laptop, the hallway camera shifted again with a sickening judder, the image bending around itself, as though showing two overlapping versions of the floor, the current, sleek, modern corridor layered faintly over a darker, grimmier hallway that belonged to an older building, the walls peeling, the lights dim, the numbers on the doors different. Jessica's hand shook as she realized she was watching time misalign, the present and the night of the courier's death bleeding together moment by moment, the camera displaying both realities at once, because the courier was moving through them both, drifting along a route recorded in the building's memory, a route the living no longer recognized. The elevator indicator flickered through impossible numbers again, B4, B3, 0, 18, 404, before settling on a symbol she had never seen before, a small square with a diagonal slash, an icon that looked less like a floor and more like a warning. A piercing buzz cut through the speakers, followed by the muted thud of something heavy bumping against the elevator wall, and she saw the courier's silhouette inside the car sway dangerously, then vanish, then reappear outside her door in the split-screen view, though she knew that wasn't physically possible. Knew the cameras shouldn't be able to display him in two places at once. Her phone buzzed again, violently enough that she almost dropped it, and when she looked down, she saw a new message unfurl across the glowing screen in a slow crawl of glitching text. Courier kneeling. Please accept the delivery. Please complete his route. The words twisted something deep in her gut, because the phrasing, stilted, formal, almost mechanical, didn't feel like it was meant for her specifically. It felt like the echo of a system message, a procedural prompt that had waited in the dark for years, repeating itself across the void of a failed route. And then, from the other side of the door, the courier's whisper returned, softer this time, more fragile, the voice of someone who had been awake too long, someone who had stood outside too many doors that never opened, murmuring a single, frayed phrase that cracked down the center as though spoken through a throat that remembered fire or rain or gravel. Please, let me complete the shift. And the heartbreak and the words, quiet, eroded. Utterly human, sent a cold tremor down Jessica's spine as the box beneath the door shifted again, inching closer, its cardboard edge trembling like something that wanted desperately to be taken, to be signed for, to finally be delivered. Jessica felt as though her entire apartment had shifted onto a different axis, the air thickening into something almost viscous as the courier's broken plea seeped through the wooden door, a half-breath, half-mechanical fragment, carrying more exhaustion than threat, more resignation than malice, and while her mind screamed to run, to hide, to do anything other than stand in that suffocating pool of stale hallway air, her feet stayed planted on the floor as though rooted by a terrible magnetic sympathy, because in that cracked, ragged whisper, she heard the kind of desperation that does not belong to the malicious but to the lost, to someone trapped in an unfinished loop, a man whose final moments had been so consumed by duty that even death could not erase it. Her heart pounded in slow, crushing waves, each thump sending tremors up her throat, and she forced herself to tear her gaze from the trembling shadows under the door and back to the hallway feed on the laptop, where the building twisted in and out of two overlapping realities. The present day flickering with the burned-out textures of a long-sealed basement corridor, its walls blackened by a forgotten electrical fire. The carpet soaked with murky water from a sprinkler system that had failed decades earlier, and through that dual image she could see faint impressions on the floor, the worn-down arcs where boots had once paced back and forth, etched so deeply into the memory of the structure that the new carpet couldn't hide them. The courier's silhouette on the elevator feed jittered again, a stuttering distortion that made the entire screen warp, his figure leaning heavily against the interior wall as though he could barely stay upright, the box clutched to his chest in a grip that wasn't tight but desperate, the way a dying man might cling to the last piece of proof that he had mattered in the world. The elevator numbers cycled through impossible floors, B5, -2, 0, 18, 404, 404, 404, each flicker accompanied by a faint, wet clicking that echoed through the laptop. Speakers like broken gears forced to turn long after they should have stopped, and Jessica felt a strange pressure building behind her eyes, like a headache, born not of fear, but of being forced to witness something she was never meant to see. Her phone buzzed again, pulsating in her hand with a rhythm that felt horribly synchronized to the courier's labored breaths, and she watched in transfixed dread as a new block of text materialized on the screen with a lagging glitch that made every letter stutter. Delay detected. Courier must complete the final delivery. Do not abandon package. The phrasing hit her like a cold slap, not only because of its eerie command, but because she recognized those words. She had seen identical warnings on thousands of tracking dashboards she'd designed for clients, sterile system messages intended to nudge human couriers into action. But seeing them now, bleeding into a situation that should have been impossible, made her stomach twist violently. She bent slowly, as if any sudden movement might break the fragile boundary between her world and his, and picked up the slip of paper, the edges cold enough to make her fingertips tingle, and as she held it up, she realized the surface wasn't just paper, it was subtly pixelated, as if it existed halfway between the physical and the digital, a delivery form cached in some forgotten corner of a corrupted server, resurrected only because the man whose life had been built upon fulfilling those orders had refused to let the unsent message fade. Her eyes drifted to the signature line again, which flickered with an eerie persistence, glitching between a blank field and a faint, ghostly scribble. An unfinished signature, a hand trembling mid-stroke, a man collapsing before he could complete his final shift. Jessica pressed a fist to her mouth to stop herself from making a sound as the door rattled faintly, not forcefully, but weakly, like someone resting their forehead against it. Someone who no longer had the strength to stand upright without leaning on something solid. Her breath came in shallow bursts as she heard the soft scrape of the courier repositioning himself, not moving closer, not pressing in but settling, kneeling fully now, the fabric of his old uniform dragging across the hall carpet with a sound so faint it made tears prick behind her eyes, because it was the sound of effort, of a body remembering its final motion, of a man who had once kneeled in the cold rain on a dark street, while his heart slowed and his fingers went numb around a package he'd sworn to deliver before his shift ended. The laptop feed warped again, and for a moment she saw the night he died. Not clearly, not fully, but through the lens of the building's memory. Emergency lights blinking, water pooled on the basement floor, sparks dancing across a broken fuse box, the courier stumbling, coughing, clutching the box as smoke filled the air. And Jessica snapped her gaze away, unable to bear the image of someone dying not in terror but in regret. His last thought, an unfinished task, a failed promise. Her phone buzzed one last time, and she forced herself to look, dread squeezing her lungs as the message crawled across the screen like a dying transmission. Courier has reached the final recipient. Please, sign. The whisper outside the door returned, softer now, breaking apart like brittle radio static, no longer sounding like a system prompt, but like the fading voice of a man who had waited too many nights in too many empty hallways. Please, I just want to finish. And Jessica realized, in a slow and terrible bloom of understanding, that part 2 had reached its end not with a threat but with a plea, one that would force her in part 3 to decide whether she dared touch the box, the slip, the doorknob, or risk leaving the courier forever trapped in a loop that would return at 3:03 a.m. again and again until someone finally signed his name for him. Jessica did not open the door, not because she didn't want to, but because something in the courier's last whisper, fragile, exhausted, almost pleading, unraveled a different kind of fear inside her, the kind that wasn't sharp or breathless but heavy, like grief sitting below the ribs. She stood there for several long minutes, frozen, a slip of paper trembling between her fingertips as the courier's breathing faded to a whisper just beyond the threshold. It was a terrible sound, not monstrous, not supernatural, just tired. The breath of someone who had walked too far, stood too long, waited too many nights for a door that never opened, and that weariness pulled at her in ways she didn't know how to fight. She backed away slowly, inch by inch, until her calves hit the sofa. She sank down and stared at the slip of paper still glowing faintly in her hands. Her apartment looked normal again, light steady, AC humming. The digital clock blinking 3:33 a.m. in soft blue light, but something inside the walls felt aware of her now, as if the building were holding its breath, listening to her thoughts, waiting to see what she would do next. She turned the paper over. The back was blank, but when she tilted it toward the lamp, faint lines began to surface like the ghost of text, once printed, but long faded. Patterns embedded not in ink, but in memory. She brought it closer. Slowly, letters emerged. A timestamp, a route number, a recipient name she didn't recognize, and a smudged signature marked undelivered. Beneath that, in tiny pixel-like flecks, she saw fragments of a message, something that looked like metadata from a corrupted file. And when she traced her thumb across it, the paper shimmered faintly, as if half existing in her world and half in some digital purgatory the courier had been trapped inside. Her phone buzzed gently in her lap. Delivery attempt incomplete. Retry pending. Do not leave the package unattended. She swallowed hard. I didn't even sign anything, she whispered to herself, rubbing the back of her hand over her forehead. Why does it think I accepted the delivery? On the laptop, the hallway feed flickered again, the dual images of past and present still layered on top of each other like badly aligned transparency sheets. In one version, the hallway outside her apartment gleamed with modern LED lights. In the other, dim yellow bulbs flickered in outdated fixtures, water stains spreading across the ceiling. Jessica watched both versions of the hallway at once, heart pounding, until she realized something new, something she hadn't noticed before. The courier was still there, not standing, not kneeling, not moving, just present, like a faint afterimage burned into the screen. His silhouette flickered in and out of existence, glitching in the exact spot where her door met the floor. He didn't cast a shadow. He didn't shift. He didn't breathe. But his outline pulsed faintly in time with the building's hum, as though synced to an electrical circuit. And then, as she stared, his outline leaned forward just a quarter inch and Jessica jolted back against the sofa cushions. The slip of paper glowed brighter. Her phone buzzed. The elevator chimed deep within the building. 3 things at once. Her entire body iced over. She forced herself to stand. She approached the laptop again, leaning closer to the distorted image. The hallway was empty, but the heat signature camera, usually turned off, unless manually activated, had turned itself on, overlaying red-orange outlines, where warm bodies should appear. And there, right outside her door, a pulsing patch of heat flared, but the color was wrong. Not warm orange, not body temperature red. A faint, flickering blue, cold, unstable. The heat map of something that wasn't alive but wasn't entirely gone either. Her phone vibrated with a new message. Courier's temperature abnormal. Route corrupted. Proceed with caution. Jessica's knees nearly buckled. What does that even mean? She whispered, but the moment she said it aloud, the laptop screen glitched and displayed a new window, something she didn't open herself. A digital delivery manifest. Archived. Fragmented. Barely readable. The courier's name blinked at the top. Mason Delaney. Employee ID. 404D. Last shift. 2 years, 4 months, 11 days ago. Status. Incomplete. Jessica's stomach clenched. She scrolled down. The details were broken. Lines skipping, text overlapping. But she could make out enough. Delivery model. Demonstration package. Contents. Empty box. Training. Notes. Internal. If demo drop fails, system loops until manual override. Status. Failed. Reason. Courier deceased during route. She pressed a hand to her forehead. He died, delivering something that didn't even matter. No wonder he couldn't leave. A final task that had been meaningless to begin with. A broken loop that had kept running because no one ever turned it off. Another message flashed onto her phone, this one blinking erratically as if struggling to transmit. Shift incomplete. Override required. Human signature needed. Jessica's breath caught. Is that why he's here? He just needs me to sign something? Complete the loop? The building groaned softly, as if answering. She turned, eyes flicking to the door. Something had changed. The box's shadow beneath the door was gone. Not moved. Gone. She stared harder, and then she saw it. A faint line of light tracing the bottom of the door, as though something on the other side were emitting a soft glow. She stepped closer, forced herself to kneel, pressed her ear gently against the wood. Silence. No breathing. No movement. No presence. Only a faint electric hum, like a charger, or a dying battery. Or she realized with a jolt, a delivery scanner. She stood abruptly and checked the camera feed again. The courier was gone. Not flickering, not glitching, just gone. Only the hallway remained, dim and quiet. The modern version, not the burned, ghosted overlay. Jessica's pulse ticked sharply as she approached the peephole. Her breath fogged the door as she leaned in. Nothing. The hallway was empty. Her hand hovered above the deadbolt. "This is insane," she whispered, fingers trembling. "But maybe he really is gone." She flicked the lock. It clicked loudly in the quiet. She turned the knob slowly, opened the door, and stopped, because the hallway wasn't entirely empty. There, sitting perfectly centered on the carpeted floor, was the box. The same dented cardboard edges, the same faded barcode, the same slight glow leaking through the seam where it hadn't been fully closed. But what truly froze her wasn't the box. It was the small object lying on top of it. A badge. Plastic. Cracked. Name almost illegible. Mason Delaney. Courier. ID. 404D. And beneath the name, a single line. "Thank you for completing your shift." Her phone buzzed violently. She looked down. Signature. Confirmed. Route closed. Courier released. Jessica exhaled. A long, shaky breath. Relief washed through her chest, until the final line on her phone appeared. A line that made every muscle in her body lock. New route detected. Assigning next available courier. Recipient. Jessica Hale. Shift begins. 3 A.M. Jessica stood in the hallway with the badge still warm in her palm, her heartbeat drumming steadily in her ears. Not frantic anymore, but slow and deliberate, as if her body already sensed the shift in the air before her mind could process what the words on her phone truly meant. And even though the corridor was silent, and the elevator display finally showed a normal, mundane 18 instead of flickering through impossible floors, she couldn't escape the unnatural tightness in the atmosphere. A faint pressure humming through the walls like an invisible current winding itself around her legs, her ribs, her throat, as though the building had already begun taking inventory of her presence. She stepped backward into her apartment, dragging the box with her fingertips because something inside her whispered that leaving it in the hallway would be worse, would be seen as an incomplete action, an abandoned task, a violation of the very rule that had trapped Mason for years. And once she crossed the threshold, she shut the door swiftly behind her, locking it with shaking hands, the deadbolt sliding into place with a heavy metallic clunk that reverberated through the floorboards like a closing protocol. She stared at the box, resting on her living room rug, its edges dented, its barcode faded, the badge lying atop it like an accusation, and though the overhead lights illuminated everything perfectly normally, she felt that if she blinked too slowly, the room would rearrange itself into something older, something burnt, something half collapsed in the dark, the way the hallway camera had shown the ghost of the past, layered over the present. She backed away until her knees hit the sofa, then lowered herself onto the cushions, her eyes fixed on the box as though it might breathe again, as though it might call her name the way Mason's fractured voice had begged through the door. Her phone buzzed softly in her hand, and she looked down with a dread so thick it felt like syrup clogging her throat, watching as the next set of messages unspooled one by one across the glowing screen, each line appearing with a half-second lag like a system booting up for the first time in decades. Courier shift initialized. Recipient Jessica Hale assigned to Route 18C. Mandatory orientation commencing. Please stand by. And the moment the last line blinked into existence, the lights dimmed, not flickered violently as before. Not the chaotic sputtering that had accompanied Mason's appearances, but a controlled dimming, a deliberate reduction of brightness that made the apartment feel suddenly smaller, like a training simulation turning itself on. Jessica's pulse kicked hard in her chest, a tight, animal panic rising beneath her sternum, and she stood abruptly, phone in one hand, badge in the other, unwilling to accept the idea, twisting through her mind like a poisonous thread, that by picking up the badge, by touching the slip, by dragging the box inside, she had accidentally signed in, had acknowledged acceptance of a shift she didn't understand. She moved toward the hallway to unplug her router, certain this was some kind of hack, some horrific digital nightmare. But the moment she touched the router, its lights blinked in a pattern she had never seen before. Rows of LEDs pulsing in synchronized lines as though responding to a silent command. A new message appeared on her phone before she even finished reaching for the plug. Network access required for route synchronization. Do not disconnect. She froze, fingers hovering inches from the power strip, her breath stuttering in her throat, because this wasn't a hack, it wasn't malware. It wasn't anything that fit into the structured logic her profession relied on. It was a system that believed she was part of it, a system that had been left running unattended for years, seeking a courier to keep its loops alive, and now that Mason was gone, it had latched onto her. Slowly, she backed away from the router and glanced over her shoulder at the box. It sat quietly on the floor, but as she stared at it, something subtle changed. The barcode shimmered faintly, pixels aligning themselves, and the faint hum she heard earlier increased in volume, still soft, but now unmistakably present, the sound of a low-power device activating itself. She forced herself to approach, dropping to her knees beside it, one hand trembling as she lifted the badge again, tracing the cracked plastic with her thumb. Mason Delaney, ID 404D. The ghost of a man who had spent his last night delivering something that didn't matter, for a system that didn't care he had died. She felt a strange grief swallow her breath, and for a moment, the fear inside her twisted into something else. Anger, maybe, or the sickening weight of inevitability because she had picked up the baton without meaning to, and now the system was ready to run again. She forced the box open, expecting nothing inside, remembering that the file had said it was a demonstration package, a training model. Yet the moment she lifted the lid, she felt a cold draft spill over her hands, a current of air that carried the faint odor of metal and dust, and something older, something archival, like the stale scent of a server room that had been locked for too many years. Inside the box lay a neatly folded piece of paper, creased on all sides, along with a small handheld scanner, its screen cracked, its battery light blinking weakly, as though someone had tried to use it far longer than it was built to function. She picked up the scanner, and the device flickered to life, its ancient interface loading with glacial slowness, lines of text crawling across the shattered display. Courier training module, 1/6. Handling the package. Please lift the box. And a soft beep emitted from the device, and Jessica nearly dropped it in shock, her breath catching loudly in the quiet apartment. She looked around instinctively, checking her windows, her locks, as though expecting someone to burst in and reveal this was some kind of elaborate prank, but the apartment remained silent, except for the hum of the AC and the soft rhythmic blinking of the scanner's dying battery. She hesitated, then lifted the empty box again, because part of her needed to see what would happen next, needed to understand the rules she had somehow activated. The scanner beeped again, satisfied, and the next line loaded. Courier training module 2/6. Delivered to orientation location. Destination. Level 0. Service floor. Her stomach clenched as the elevator's ding echoed faintly through the building, as if summoned. She dropped the box instantly, her heartbeat crashing against her ribs as she whispered, "No, no, no, that floor doesn't exist. There is no level 0. But the scanner responded anyway, loading a new line with glitching confidence. Route recalibrated. Follow hallway guidance. She turned toward the apartment door in horror as the lights in the hallway visible through the peephole dimmed in a sequence, one by one, leading away from her door in a descending pattern, like runway lights guiding a plane into fog. She stepped back, shaking her head, trying to convince herself she wasn't watching what she was watching. But the building had already decided for her. A new message blinked onto her phone. Shift begins in 4 minutes. Courier must arrive at designated location. Failure to comply will result in route loop. Her knees nearly buckled. She imagined Mason walking the same path, guided by the same lights, pulled into the service levels that no longer existed, trapped in a loop until he died, then trapped longer still because the system had never received confirmation he completed the shift. Her voice cracked in the dim apartment, echoing softly, "I'm not doing this." But the hallway lights dimmed again, pulsing once like the slow blink of a tired eye. Her phone vibrated. "Courier Jessica Hale, this is your route now." And somewhere deep in the building's old bones, the elevator chimed again. Soft, patient, expectant, waiting for her to step inside. Jessica stood in the center of her apartment and felt the building breathing around her. Not literally, not with lungs or ribs, but with electrical pressure, with the low hum of systems waking after years of neglect, with the faint vibration of old circuitry, reactivating for the sake of a route that should have been erased long ago. The dimmed hallway outside her door pulsed once more, the lights flickering in a downward sequence like a corridor collapsing into darkness, guiding her toward an elevator that should not be active at this hour, on a floor that did not exist in the present, but persisted like a bruise beneath the skin of the building. She clutched the scanner in one hand, the badge in the other, and the empty box her initiation into the shift in the crook of her arm, her breath cooling the air as she whispered to herself that she wasn't doing this. She wasn't stepping into whatever digital ghost the building had become. But her phone lit up again, the message sluggish and glitching. "Shift begins. Proceed to level 0. And with that, the elevator down the hall dinged a soft, expectant chime, a sound too gentle for the weight it carried, as though an old ghost were knocking on a door with the last fragment of patience it had left. She stepped into the hallway. The lights above her rippled as she walked beneath them, as if acknowledging her presence, as if scanning her movement. She felt the weight of the box shift in her arms and realized, with a small shock of dread, that the empty package was no longer entirely weightless. Something inside it vibrated faintly, a soft tapping that sounded like a tiny device calibrating itself. She would not open it. Not yet. She kept her eyes ahead, following the way the corridor seemed to stretch unnaturally long, the shadows too thick at the edges, the air too warm for the middle of the night. The elevator doors remained open, waiting, their metal edges glowing faintly with a bluish tint like a low battery indicator. Jessica hesitated at the threshold, gripping the scanner tightly. She expected a reflection in the steel interior, but the surface looked strangely flat, the light swallowing her outline, as though the elevator ignored things that weren't part of its system. When she stepped inside, the doors glided shut without a sound. The panel flickered. E, G, B, 1. Sibelingsi. Ling. The last number pulsed. The scanner in her hand beeped. The floor trembled. And then the elevator dropped, not in a violent freefall, but in a slow, descending slide, like it was sinking into something soft, like falling through layers of data rather than physical floors. The light above her flickered onto a dimmer setting, and she felt her ears pop as if pressure around her shifted unnaturally. The box vibrated again. She held it closer to her chest. When the doors opened, The air hit her first wet, cold, stale, smelling faintly of burnt wiring and concrete dust. The light was dim, not from bulbs, but from old emergency strips along the floor, half dead yet still glowing with a sickly amber tone. Jessica stepped out and realized she was standing in a different version of the building, older, abandoned, water-damaged, with walls stripped of their modern paint and wires hanging from ripped panels in the ceiling. Her phone displayed a single trembling line, level 0 root active. There were no sounds except the distant dripping of water and the slow, dragging ventilation of machinery that should have been retired years ago. She walked forward. Her footsteps echoed in a space that was too large, too empty, an old service level that had never been completed, perhaps never intended for residents to see. Every few steps she passed something that didn't belong to her reality. A flicker of smoke along the ceiling, a flash of orange light from an old generator, a shadow darting across her peripheral vision that wasn't human but wasn't quite inhuman either. Just the memory of motion caught in an unfinished animation. Then she saw him. Not fully, not with her eyes, but through the camera lens mounted high in the corner of the corridor. The screen beside it, cracked and dim, glitched to life for a moment, displaying a recording loop from 2 years ago. The silhouette of Mason Delaney stumbling down the same hallway she now walked, holding the same box, his face pale under the emergency lights, his breath fogging the air as he struggled to finish a shift he never survived. The recording played for a second, then stuttered into static, then replayed again. Jessica swallowed hard. The building wasn't just replaying the past. It was rerouting her into it. She continued deeper into level 0, the lights dimming as she passed each section, the scanner guiding her with small beeps every time she approached a junction or doorway, as though teaching her the path Mason had once taken. But the system was glitching. Twice, the scanner insisted she walk into corridors that had collapsed long ago, and once it attempted to direct her straight into a concrete wall where a door had been sealed over. Each time she hesitated, the world flickered, overlaying the corridor as it used to be open, intact, humming with fluorescent lights from years past before snapping back to its ruined present. She felt the edges of a panic attack tightening around her, but she kept walking, because standing still felt worse, felt like the system would simply overwrite her position and drag her forward anyway. Finally, she reached a metal door at the far end of the level. It was labeled 0C. The scanner beeped rapidly. Her phone buzzed violently. She felt her pulse trip over itself. Route destination reached. Deliver package to 0C. Signature required. Jessica forced the door open. What lay beyond wasn't a room. It was a server chamber, or it had been once. Now, it was a half-collapsed archive of rusted racks, blinking lights, exposed cables trailing across the floor like veins. In the middle stood a single terminal, ancient, humming, its screen cracked, but still glowing with faint green letters. The box vibrated harder. She set it down on the terminal desk. The scanner chimed. Open package. Jessica closed her eyes. Exhaling slowly, she lifted the flaps. Inside was a single USB drive covered in dust. Its casing melted at one corner as if it had survived a fire. When she touched it, the temperature jolted her. It was warm, almost pulsing. She understood immediately what this was. Mason's final delivery wasn't the box. It was this, a resignation file, a final message the system refused to send because he died before he could remove it from its route. She plugged it into the terminal. The screen flickered. Lines of corrupted text crawled upward, log files, error codes, timestamps from 2 years ago, each marked, failed, retrying, undelivered. The building had been stuck in a recursive loop, replaying Mason's last moments night after night, seeking a living courier to complete the file transmission. And tonight she had stepped into the route the system offered. The loading bar struggled across the screen, jittering, stalling. 36%, 41%, 39%, 42%. The lights above her flickered. A cold wind swept through level 0. A silhouette appeared in the corner of her vision, tall, bowed, exhausted. Jessica turned. Mason stood in the hallway just beyond the server room, not fully formed, not fully gone, his outline flickering in jagged frames like a dying GIF. His uniform hung loosely from his frame, soaked in a rain she couldn't see. His face pale and drawn, eyes sunken, but not angry, not monstrous, just tired, bone-deep tired. He lifted a shaking hand and pointed not at her, but at the terminal. "Finish it, please." The loading bar jittered. 556, 557, 562. The system was fighting itself, trying to reject new commands, trying to protect its old loop. Jessica slammed her hand against the terminal keys. "Send the file." The screen glitched, sparkled, and the loading bar surged. 577, 591, 592. The lights overhead burst into harsh brightness, then died, plunging level 0 into darkness except for the terminal's glow and Mason's faint, flickering form. He stepped forward, face contorted in strain, as if the very act of existing outside the loop cost him energy. The loading bar stopped at 99%. Jessica's heart stopped. Then the scanner beeped loud, clear, final, signature required. Then, her phone screen lit up. Courier. Jessica Hale. Complete transmission. Sign decline. Her hand shook violently. She pressed sign. The loading bar crawled 1 pixel further. Bafendry Bay. The file sent. The terminal chimed a sound so gentle and so final that Jessica's knees nearly gave out beneath her. Mason's silhouette flickered, grew brighter, then softer, then dispersed in a slow dissolve like dust carried off by a wind that wasn't physical but digital, a system finally letting go of a user it had trapped for far too long. His final expression wasn't sorrow or fear. It was relief. Complete, overwhelming relief. Jessica felt tears spill down her cheeks as the last of him faded into the dim corridor, and level 0 exhaled lights warming, air loosening, the oppressive tightness draining from the walls as the recursive loop finally broke. Her phone buzzed one last time. Route 404 closed. Courier released. Training module ended. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The elevator behind her dinged softly. She didn't hesitate. She ran. She sprinted down the corridor, feet splashing through water, dodging fallen ceiling panels, heart pounding as level 0 flickered past and present collapsing into each other until she dove into the elevator just as the lights began to fade out for good. The doors shut. The elevator rose. When she stepped out on her floor, the hallway was normal again. Quiet, lit, clean. Her phone displayed only the time. 4:12 a.m. No notifications. No messages. No system. Just silence. Jessica dropped the badge into the trash bin, shut her apartment door, and slid down its surface to the floor, breath shaking, tears streaking silently down her cheeks. Then, in the stillness, her phone buzzed, just once, a soft vibration. She lifted it with trembling hands. Thank you. No sender, no routing ID, no timestamp glitch, just 2 words from someone who had finally left the building. Story 5. The grandfather's interruption. Mark Delaney never realized how loud an old house could be until he and Chloe moved into his grandfather's inheritance. A weathered 2-story craftsman on the edge of a slow, quiet town where the nights stretched long and the air tasted faintly of pine sap and chimney smoke. He hadn't set foot in the place since he was a child, since holidays when his grandfather would lift him up by the shoulders and laugh in that gruff, tobacco-roughened voice that always seemed bigger than the house itself. Now the house felt smaller somehow, as if it had folded in on its own memories after his death. The floors groaned like bones shifting under weight. The windows rattled in their frames, and the walls seemed to breathe out the cold of winter long after the heater clicked on. Mark carried the last box through the doorway, feeling the air cool against his neck as he stepped inside, a faint draft curling upward from somewhere he couldn't place. Chloe was in the living room, kneeling among piles of bubble wrap and half-assembled furniture, her dark hair pulled into a messy bun, as she struggled to screw together the legs of a wobbly coffee table. "You sure your grandpa didn't leave behind a manual for all this?" she asked with a half-laugh, half-groan, pushing her hair back with the back of her wrist. Mark set the box down and stretched the stiffness out of his shoulders, listening to the familiar creak above them. The long wooden sigh of the upstairs hallway, where his grandfather used to smoke his last cigarette of the night before heading to bed. He wasn't really a manual type, Mark said, shrugging. More of a figure it out, and if it breaks, it wasn't worth keeping type. Chloe snorted and reached for a screwdriver. Sounds like a man after my own heart. Mark smiled, though the smile didn't quite settle. His grandfather had died 6 months ago quietly, peacefully, in the same upstairs bedroom where he'd lived most of his life. Mark had found the old man sitting upright in bed, eyes half open, as though he had one more thing to say but never got the air for it. For weeks afterward, Mark had dreamed of walking up the staircase and finding him still there, still waiting, still holding out a hand to ruffle his hair the way he used to. The dreams had faded, but the feeling hadn't. Chloe dusted her jeans and stood. "Okay, break time," she declared, marching toward the kitchen. "I need water before I stab this table with something sharp." Fulham. Mark laughed and followed her, stepping around stacks of books his grandfather had left behind. War memoirs, gardening guides, old newspapers folded with brittle edges. The kitchen still smelled faintly of the man who used to cook late-night meals for Mark when his parents fought pan-fried eggs, butter melting in a hot skillet, tobacco from the pocket of his flannel shirt. Chloe leaned against the counter, sipping from a glass of water, while Mark found the power strip for his laptop. He had a major Zoom presentation in 2 days, an opportunity that could lift him out of small-town freelance work and land him a contract with a major design firm. He plugged the laptop in, waited for it to power up, and felt something shift behind him. A light tap, barely audible, like fingers brushing wood. He turned. Nothing. Just the doorway to the living room, dim in the golden evening light, the furniture still half-assembled, the boxes still scattered like afterthoughts. Chloe didn't notice anything strange. She was scrolling her phone, humming softly. Mark shook it off and returned to his computer, opening his slides. The first draft of his pitch deck glowed on the screen, graphs, charts, financial models, everything polished and professional. He'd spent weeks on it, and tonight he planned to perfect it. He clicked the arrow key. The page flickered. Once, twice, then the entire laptop shut down, with a faint popping sound. "What the..." He frowned and pressed the power button. Nothing. The cord was still plugged in. The outlet worked. The battery wasn't dead. The machine had simply decided to die. Chloe peeked over his shoulder. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," Mark said, forcing a shrug. "Probably just the outlet." But as he leaned down to try a different plug, a soft movement pricked at his senses, the faint rustle of fabric behind him, the whisper of weight shifting on floorboards. He straightened. Chloe wasn't in the room anymore, and the hallway behind him felt occupied. Not visibly, not audibly, but unmistakably, like someone standing there just out of sight. Someone tall, someone familiar. Mark swallowed, pushing away the irrational thought. He carried his laptop to another outlet and tried again. This time, the screen powered up with a heavy, labored hum, as though the machine were resisting something. He pulled up his project folder. Half the slides were gone. He stared, shocked. "Chloe," he called, voice wavering. "Did you touch my laptop earlier?" "No," she called back from the living room. "I've been fighting that table for the last 20 minutes. Mark's fingers shook as he checked the recycle bin. Empty. The files were simply gone. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to calm his breathing. This wasn't supernatural. This was stress. Fatigue. Maybe the laptop had corrupted something. Except the smell hit him. A faint but unmistakable scent drifting through the air like smoke rising from memory. Cigarette de tobacco. Old, dry, the very brand his grandfather used. Mark inhaled slowly, fear crawling up his spine in a cold, delicate thread. "Grandpa?" he whispered. A single floorboard upstairs creaked. Mark didn't call out again. He didn't move toward the staircase or check the upstairs bedroom where his grandfather used to sleep. He simply sat very still in the kitchen chair, laptop open in front of him, the blue glow of the loading screen lighting his face as the old wooden beams above him creaked in a way that felt too deliberate to be structural. Chloe's footsteps padded across the living room, the soft hum of her voice drifting toward him as she muttered something about where they'd put the box of candles. Everything in her tone was normal, grounded, earthly. His world, however, had begun to pull slightly off-center, tilting in a way that made his breath catch in his throat with every faint smell of tobacco that drifted into the room. He forced his eyes back to the laptop. The machine had restarted, but now the fan whirred at a low, uneasy vibration, like it was working harder than it should. He clicked through the folders again, double-checked the directories, the cloud backup, even the autosaves. Nothing. Slides gone, charts gone. The financial section, the part he'd spent the most time on, was wiped clean. His eyes burned. He could feel the panic rising, the urge to hurl the laptop across the room. But instead, he pressed the heels of his palms into his eyes and exhaled slowly, trying to coax rationality back into his head. It must be a corrupted file. Must be a glitch. Must be something normal. But that smell, that faint, dusty, unmistakable smell, not faded, not imagined, recent, fresh, present. He closed the laptop and stood, stretching his back until it cracked. Chloe's voice drifted from the next room, her frustration audible as she fought with a drawer that refused to close. Mark's footsteps carried him toward the living room, but halfway through the kitchen doorway he stopped, frozen by a sudden pressure on his left shoulder. A firm but gentle tap. The exact tap his grandfather used to give him whenever he was hunched over homework for too long, the kind that said, "Slow down, boy," without needing any words at all. Mark spun around. Nothing. The air behind him empty. No one within arm's reach. He blinked rapidly, heart pounding hard enough to shake his breath. He rubbed the shoulder through his shirt, the sensation still tingling in his skin, warm, heavy, precise. Not an air draft. Not a muscle spasm. Not his imagination. Chloe poked her head through the doorway. "Hey, you okay?" Mark forced a smile. "Yeah, just startled myself." "By what?" He hesitated. "Nothing. It's fine." She raised an eyebrow, the kind of eyebrow that suggested she knew something was wrong but didn't want to push. "Well, when you're done freaking yourself out, dinner's on the counter." He nodded, and she disappeared again. He waited until she was out of sight before turning slowly toward the staircase. The long hallway swallowed his gaze, the floorboard stretching into shadow where the soft amber light from the wall sconce couldn't reach. He knew every inch of this house, the place where his grandfather had tied his shoes, the corner where he kept his fishing rod, the worn rug where he used to sit reading the newspaper with a cup of black coffee. And yet the hallway now felt different, charged, as if the air there was denser or thicker, wrapped around something unseen. He took a slow step toward it. The board beneath his foot groaned, and from the top of the stairs came another creak, soft, light, like the shift of weight. He stopped, pulse hammering. "Grandpa?" he whispered under his breath, the word trembling as it left him. Silence. But the scent of tobacco grew stronger, drifting down the staircase in a thin ribbon of cold air, the way it used to when Grandpa would stand by the upstairs window, blowing smoke outside because the cold keeps the lungs honest, as he always joked. Mark shivered. The smell wasn't ghostly or distorted, it was vivid, as if burned 3 minutes ago rather than 3 decades. He backed away from the staircase. Quickly. Back in the living room, Chloe had lit a candle on the coffee table, the warm glow spreading across the unpacked boxes like spilled honey. She glanced up at him. "You look pale. Did the computer eat something important?" "Yeah," Mark muttered, sinking onto the sofa. "Half the deck. Maybe more. Oh, God." She put down the screwdriver and sat beside him. "Please tell me there's a backup." There is," he lied, because he didn't want to admit that this time, not like every other time, he had rushed through things without saving properly. Chloe sighed sympathetically and leaned her head on his shoulder. "We'll fix it tomorrow. You can stay up late tonight if you want. I'll make coffee." He shook his head, eyes fixed on the glow of the candle. "No, I'll handle it." But later that night, When Chloe was asleep upstairs and Mark sat alone at the dining table, staring at the ghost of his lost slides on the blank canvas of his laptop screen, the house began to feel reactive, attentive, as if every click of the mouse shifted the air inside the walls. At first, it was small things. A draft brushing past his ankles, a soft thump in the study, where his grandfather's old desk still sat untouched, the faint sound of a chair moving upstairs. He ignored it all. He worked. He rebuilt his first 2 slides. He drank cold coffee. And then, his laptop shut down again. Just like that. No warning. No freeze. No error message. The screen blinked off like someone had flicked a switch behind his shoulder. Mark cursed under his breath, slamming his palms onto the table. The mug rattled violently, spilling coffee down its side. The candle flickered. The entire lower floor seemed to exhale a long, unsettling breath as though pleased with itself. He grabbed the laptop, shaking it gently, whispering frantic pleas to the machine. It refused to turn back on. And then, the tobacco smell. Not faint, not passing, strong, thick enough to taste on the back of his tongue. Mark stood up so fast his chair toppled. His pulse thundered in his ears. The smell moved with intention, drifting in a single, clear direction from behind him. He turned. And there, just at the edge of the living room doorway, he saw it. A thin trail of cigarette smoke curling upward, forming a pale, ghostly ribbon that spiraled lazily toward the ceiling before fading into nothing. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't call Chloe. He couldn't look away. He watched it until the last thread dissolved into the wooden beams above. He whispered, "Are you trying to tell me something?" No answer, but a cold tap brushed the back of his shoulder again. He spun around, heart seizing in his chest. Yet once more nothing was there. No figure, no shadow, no breath. But the laptop power light blinked on. By itself, the screen glowed open, and Mark froze as he saw what was being typed on the notes section of his slide deck. Words forming slowly, shakily, as if written by a trembling hand. No. Wrong. Then the cursor blinked. Post. Moved again. Stop. Mark stumbled backward until his spine hit the wall. "Grandpa?" he whispered, voice cracking. "What's wrong? Why are you doing this? I need this job." A long, low creak came from the ceiling overhead, as if someone heavy had shifted their weight in the upstairs hallway. The weight of a man who used to pace back and forth when he was anxious, muttering to himself about bills and politics and the damn kids these days. But this time the pacing moved slowly, deliberately, toward the staircase, descending one step at a time. Mark swallowed hard, tears pricking the corners of his eyes as he whispered, "Please, if you're here, I don't understand what you want." Another step creaked, closer, another, closer still. And then the air behind him stirred, cold, sharp, smelling of tobacco and old flannel, and a voice brushed his ear in the faintest possible whisper. Thin as ash, fragile as paper. Not safe. Chloe found him standing in the doorway between the living room and the dining room, his laptop still glowing faintly on the table behind him and the overturned chair lying on its side like a collapsed animal, its wooden legs casting long, spidery shadows against the floor. She rubbed her eyes, half asleep, her hair tangled from sleep, and the faint imprint of a pillow still creasing one cheek. "Mark?" she murmured, voice thick with grogginess. "Why are you yelling? It's almost 2 a.m. He hadn't realized he'd been yelling, but his throat was raw, and his hands were trembling so violently that he shoved them into the pockets of his sweatpants to hide the shaking. Chloe's gaze sharpened as she followed the smell in the air, nostrils flaring slightly. "Is something burning?" she asked, stepping into the room. "It smells like smoke." Mark swallowed, the panic rising in him again. "It's not burning," he said too quickly. I don't know. It's just him." Chloe turned to look at him fully now, arms crossing over her chest as she took a slower breath and studied the lingering scent. "Him? My grandfather," Mark whispered, unable to say it any louder. afraid the act of naming it would make the moment solidify into reality. He's here. Now, the look Chloe gave him wasn't mocking. It was worse. It was worried, cautious, a look that tried to stay loving but trembled at the edges. "Mark," she said gently, "you've been under a lot of stress. You barely slept last night, and today was a marathon of unpacking. Your mind is playing tricks on you. Houses like this creak. Old wiring smells weird sometimes. The heating system probably—" "It's not the heater," Mark snapped, the tension inside him snapping as cleanly as a dried twig. "It's him. I know that smell. I know what it feels like when he taps my shoulder. I know what this house sounds like when someone is walking upstairs." He pointed toward the staircase, breath shuddering. He was up there. Chloe's jaw tightened. "Even if you think you felt something, even if something moved or creaked, that doesn't mean—" "Chloe," Mark cut in, voice cracking. "My laptop turned off twice. My files disappeared, and then something typed on my slides. It literally typed on them." He stumbled toward the table, pulling up the screen. The laptop blinked awake, fan whirring softly, and the words were still there in the notes section. "Wrong. Stop." Chloe froze. Her eyes widened, not with belief, but with the cold, rational snap of someone who couldn't find the explanation yet but refused to accept anything supernatural. "Maybe someone hacked your computer," she said, though the hesitation in her voice betrayed the gap in her logic. "Your grandfather smoked. Maybe the walls hold the smell, and it leaks out when the temperature changes. But Mark, ghosts don't type." Mark let out a harsh laugh, running a hand through his hair until it stood on end. "It wasn't a ghost. Ghost," he muttered. "It wasn't like a horror movie. It felt like pressure, like someone trying to get my attention. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It wasn't evil." "Then what?" Chloe asked, her voice sharpening. "If your grandfather didn't want to hurt you, why would he delete your slides? Why destroy your work? Why shut down your computer? Why shake you so badly you nearly flipped a chair?" Her voice cracked on the last word, betraying her fear. "I don't know," Mark whispered, running both hands over his face. "I don't know yet. I don't understand it." Chloe exhaled slowly and walked toward him, placing her palms flat on his shoulders. Her touch was warm, steady, grounding. "Listen to me," she said softly. "You've been working obsessively for weeks. You barely eat. You barely sleep. You've been carrying your grandfather's death around like a weighted blanket. And now that we're in his house, it's all crashing down. You're not being haunted. You're grieving." Her voice softened even further, gentler than a whisper. "And your mind is tired." Mark lowered his gaze to the floor. He wanted to believe her. He wanted to tell her she was right, that it was all in his head, that the tobacco smell was phantom memory and the typed warnings were some bizarre computer glitch, that the tap on his shoulder was just exhaustion gnawing at his nerves. But beneath all that rational scaffolding, something else pulsed. Something colder, something older, something familiar. A memory of his grandfather's habits, the way the man always hovered when Mark worked on something important, correcting him, nudging him, protecting him. The way he would walk into the room whenever young Mark copied homework from other kids at school, tapping him on the shoulder with a stern, tobacco-scented warning. "Check your numbers, boy." Mark's eyes widened. A chill crawled up his arms. "Check your numbers." He whispered the phrase aloud without meaning to. Chloe frowned. "What?" Mark shook his head quickly. "Nothing. Just thinking." But his mind was racing now. The thought pulsed again, an echo from childhood. His grandfather wasn't the kind of man to sabotage him. He was the kind of man to interrupt him when he was making a mistake. Chloe, meanwhile, was spiraling in her own direction. "Mark," she said carefully, "we moved here to start fresh, not to get sucked into whatever this is. I don't want us to live in a place where you're afraid of the shadows or blaming ghosts for losing files. I need you to stay grounded." He looked at her, and the exhaustion in her eyes hurt him more than the fear of the unknown creeping through the house. His voice cracked. I'm not trying to drag you into this. I'm not asking you to believe everything I'm saying. But something is happening here, and I think... A loud knock interrupted him. Not on the door, below them. From beneath the floorboards, directly under Mark's feet, he and Chloe froze, staring at one another. The knock came again, rhythmic, deliberate, unmistakably human in cadence. Chloe stepped back instinctively, eyes widening. What was that? Mark turned slowly, scanning the house with a tension he had never felt before. It's the crawl space, he whispered. Grandpa used to knock from down there whenever the basement door jammed. He'd go down to fix the pipes and I'd hear him tapping on the floor to get my attention. Chloe shivered. But there's no one down there. Mark swallowed hard, but the sound repeated one last time. A single, soft knock. Then silence. Thick, stretched, aware. Chloe backed away, running a hand through her hair, her breath quickening. Okay, that's no. I'm not dealing with knocking ghosts. I'm not. This house is creaking way too much and you're freaking me out. Maybe we made a mistake moving here. Her voice sharpened on the last sentence. Maybe your grandfather didn't want you taking this job. Maybe he's angry because he thought you'd stay here instead of running off to the city. Mark stiffened. That's not it. How do you know? She demanded. Everything he's doing, if he's even doing anything, looks like sabotage. And you're feeding into it. Mark snapped. Because he wasn't that kind of man. Chloe flinched. Mark instantly regretted raising his voice, but the argument had already crossed a threshold neither of them could uncross. She stepped away, shaking her head. You're not listening to yourself. You sound like you're defending something that's scaring the hell out of you. And instead of admitting that you're scared, you're romanticizing it. Mark's voice dropped to a fragile whisper. I'm not romanticizing anything. I'm telling you something's wrong with my presentation. Something is wrong with the numbers. And he's trying to... The laptop chimed. Both of them froze. It wasn't a random sound. It was the slide editor. A single notification popped up. Autosave recovered slide 7. Mark grabbed the laptop, flipping it around. Slide 7 was open. The financial model. The one he thought he had copied correctly. A small red highlight blinked in the corner of the screen. One sale. One number. Wrong. A duplicated value disguised as a legitimate projection. The kind of mistake that, if presented, would sink the entire proposal and possibly implicate him in fraud. Chloe stared. Oh my God, Mark whispered. He wasn't trying to ruin it. He felt the chill gather behind him again. Not frightening this time, but almost approving, almost proud. A faint whiff of tobacco brushed the side of his face. Another tap, soft, almost affectionate, touched his shoulder. Mark exhaled a shaking breath. For the first time all night, he wasn't afraid. Mark didn't say anything more that night after the autosave revealed the wrong number. The argument with Chloe dissolved not because they resolved it, but because something heavier than anger hung between them. Something older and denser than hurt feelings. A presence that seemed to pull the air into stillness. Chloe stared at the blinking red highlighted cell on the screen. Her lips parted. Her brows knotted together. And for once, she had nothing to say. No rational explanation. No quick fix. Just the raw awareness that if that number hadn't been caught, Mark would have walked straight into a professional disaster. She backed away from the table slowly, as if the laptop itself were radiating a kind of quiet shock. You didn't paste that twice on purpose, right? She asked eventually, her voice thin and cautious. Of course not, Mark replied, still staring at the screen, throat tight. I must have copied the template from one of the competitor reports and forgot to adjust their line. That projection isn't just wrong, it's illegal if I present it as mine. The realization washed over him with a cold, nauseating clarity. He hadn't just been sloppy. He had been reckless, trusting numbers he barely cross-checked just because he was tired and eager to impress. It wasn't sabotage that had brought him to the brink. It was his own hubris. The house hadn't changed. It was his understanding of it that shifted. The way one of those old 3D pictures suddenly springs into focus when you stop staring at the dots and let the pattern reveal itself. The faint scent of tobacco drifted through the room again, weaker this time, like the fading tail end of a match after the flame has already been blown out. Mark felt that ghost of a tap on his shoulder once more, not sharp, not startling, more like an absent-minded brush of knuckles against fabric, the way his grandfather used to do when checking his posture as a kid hunched over math homework. Chloe rubbed her arms, goosebumps rising on her skin. "Okay," she murmured. "That could have been the wiring, the smoke thing, the knocking, but this sequence, this error." She trailed off, then shook her head. "I don't like it. I don't like feeling like something's watching you while you work." Mark shut the laptop, the click of the casing closing echoing louder than it should have in the quiet house. "Maybe," he said quietly, "it's not watching because it doesn't want me to work. Maybe it's watching because it wants me to get it right." Chloe laughed softly, but there was no humor in it, only fatigue. "So you think your grandfather crawled back from the afterlife to become your quality assurance ghost?" The phrasing should have broken the tension, but it only sat in the air like an uneasy joke that no one wanted to own. Mark shrugged, unable to formulate a better explanation. "I think he died in this house, worried about me," he said at last, voice low. "Worried that I'd screw things up, or that I'd go chasing after something shiny and step into a trap I didn't see coming. That's who he was. He never believed in the city, in big firms and deals. He believed in making sure the bills balanced and the floor didn't cave in and you could look yourself in the mirror without flinching. If he saw me walking toward a lie, even by accident, I think he would pull the plug on my laptop and knock on the floor and show up." Chloe frowned, but she didn't argue. She just squeezed his shoulder once and murmured, "Fix the numbers, then sleep. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow." He stayed up another hour, methodically rebuilding the financial section from scratch. No copy-paste, no templates, no trusting anyone else's projections. Slide by slide, he recalculated, cross-checked, balanced, until the red highlight disappeared and the numbers made a clean sort of sense he could feel in his bones rather than just see on the screen. Every now and then, he would feel that strange temperature drop behind him, hear a faint creak upstairs, or catch the phantom whisper of fabric shifting in the hallway, and instead of recoiling, he found himself muttering under his breath, "Yes, I'm checking it. Yes, I'm double-checking it," like a grown man talking back to a memory. When he finally shut the laptop down for the night, the house settled audibly. One long, slow stretch of wood and plaster that sounded almost like a sigh of approval. He crawled into bed next to Chloe, who had dozed off with the lamp still on, a book face down on her chest. He slid the book gently aside, turned off the light, and lay there staring at the faint glow of the digital clock on the nightstand. 2:47 a.m. The room felt strange in the dark, strange yet familiar, like putting on an old jacket you hadn't worn in years and finding it still fit your shoulders in an unsettlingly intimate way. This had been his grandfather's bedroom once. Same window, same floor, same ceiling. The bed was theirs, but the layout of the room still retained his grandfather's sense of practicality and habit. Mark turned onto his back, shut his eyes, and tried to breathe himself into sleep, counting his inhalations like steps down a staircase. Somewhere, between one number and the next, he drifted off. He woke up in the kind of darkness that feels personal, the kind that presses back when you open your eyes. For a few long seconds, he didn't know what was wrong, just that something was. His mind surfaced before his body, thoughts floating sluggishly upward like bubbles through tar. He tried to turn his head. He couldn't. He tried to raise his arm, flex his fingers, swallow properly, even twitch his lips. Nothing moved. Panic flared in his chest, sudden and white-hot. He'd had sleep paralysis once as a teenager, a terrible episode where he'd dreamed of something sitting on his chest while his body refused every command, and this was exactly the same terrible sensation. Complete awareness trapped inside a body gone heavy and unmoving, like waking up underwater with your limbs encased in wet concrete. His heartbeat began to slam against his ribs. He could feel it, but he couldn't quicken his breathing to match. His lungs dragged in air at a steady, infuriating rhythm, as if someone else had taken over the metronome of his chest. He tried to shout, "Chloe, wake up, Chloe, something's wrong," but his lips didn't part. His tongue sat like a stone in his mouth. The room was not entirely quiet. He thought he could hear the faint hum of the old house, distant plumbing murmuring inside the walls, the soft whisper of wind sneaking through old seals around the window. But all of it sounded slightly muffled, as if he were lying under a thick blanket of cotton. Then he smelled it. The tobacco wasn't faint this time. It was strong, immediate, filling the air above his face, twisting into his nostrils, spilling into his lungs with every slow, mechanical breath. Not the acrid stench of a crowded bar, but the intimate scent of a single cigarette freshly lit, exhaled by someone standing beside the bed. Memory hit him like a crashing wave. The late nights when he was a boy, falling asleep on this same mattress after spending the evening watching game shows with his grandfather, waking to the smell of cigarette smoke drifting in from the hallway as the old man made one last round through the house, checking locks, turning off lights, making sure everything was secure before going to bed. Back then, it had felt safe. Now, pinned in the darkness, it felt like being visited by the ghost of a routine that had outlived the man who owned it. Something moved at the edge of his vision. He couldn't turn his head, but he could move his eyes, and in the sliver of space between his lashes and the darkness, he saw a shadow detach itself from the corner of the room. It did not ooze or crawl. It simply stepped forward, the way a person would, the way his grandfather used to emerge from the doorway with a glass of water in his hand to tell him to quiet down and sleep already. The shape solidified slowly into the outline of a man, a broad torso, a slightly rounded belly, shoulders sloped from years of manual work, head tilted the way Grandpa always tilted his when listening carefully. Mark's pulse hammered. The figure was not transparent or cinematic. It was murky, dense in some places and thin in others, like cigarette smoke given the suggestion of a body. The shadow moved closer, each step accompanied by the soft creak of the floorboards that lined up perfectly with everything Mark remembered about the way this house used to sound at night. It stopped at the side of the bed, near Mark's feet. The smell of tobacco grew thicker, but a newer scent slipped in beneath it, the faint, bitter tang of hospital antiseptic, like the ghost of his grandfather's last weeks, when visits had been made under fluorescent lights and the old man's lungs had rattled their protests against years of smoke. The figure leaned forward. Mark's heart thrashed, uselessly. He could see more details now, the hint of plaid patterning across the chest, as though the memory of his grandfather's favorite flannel shirt had woven itself into the form. The outline of a jaw, rough with the idea of stubble. The suggestion of the old man's heavy work boots, the ones that used to leave scuffs on the porch. But where the face should have been, there was only a swirling density of shadow, never quite settling into features, the way a memory refuses to sharpen when you try to focus too hard. A hand lifted. He couldn't see fingers clearly, just the curved mass of an arm raising, pausing over his chest. The pressure descended, not crushing, not painful, but overwhelming, as if the air itself had thickened into a heavy blanket laid across his ribs. This was the classic terror of sleep paralysis, he told himself frantically, the mind conjuring a presence to fit the body's immobility. But as he tried to argue himself out of his panic, the figure moved again in a way that felt too precise, too intentional. The hand, or the shadow of it, didn't stop on his chest. It drifted higher, hovering right in front of his face, then slowly extended what should have been an index finger. That finger pointed, note at him, not at his throat, not at his heart. It pointed past him toward the nightstand, where his closed laptop sat, waiting for morning. Something inside Mark snapped into sharp clarity. It was as if the fear in his chest was suddenly carved into order, like numbers falling into their proper columns after being scattered in the wrong ledger. The presence did not feel predatory. It felt urgent, impatient, protective, the way his grandfather had felt when standing over his shoulder while he was trying to fudge answers in math class worksheets. The shadow leaned closer. The pointer moved, turning slowly as though dragging itself through thick molasses, indicating the rectangular shape of the laptop. Then, with punishing slowness, the finger floated back toward Mark's chest and pressed down not heavily, but insistently, right where his heart was. A whisper came with the pressure, louder now than the earlier fragments, still crumbling at the edges but unmistakable. The words formed through a mouth that no longer remembered how to exist. Wrong. Number. The paralysis surged, tightening, as if the body wanted to lurch upright in response but couldn't. Mark's vision trembled. The shadow lifted its hand again, pointed to the laptop once more, then moved that same finger down into the air between them, as if drawing a line, a column, a specific cell in an invisible spreadsheet. The whisper returned, strained, the syllables broken but clear enough to punch straight through Mark's chest. Chick. The last row. Terror and comprehension collided inside him. He saw, in a flash of memory, the layout of his refreshed slides, the neat grid of values he had rebuilt after the autosave rescue, convinced he had fixed everything. The last row of the financial model, the long-term forecast he had barely glanced at because it seemed like an afterthought. The one figure he had assumed was safe. The shadow's shoulders shook, as if holding itself together was exhausting. The pressure on his chest intensified briefly, his lungs straining against the invisible weight, then eased. The figure straightened if smoke could straighten, head tilting toward him in that old familiar way, as if to say, "Boy, don't make me say it twice." The paralysis, too, suddenly loosened. It happened slowly at first, his toes tingling, his fingers beginning to prickle with pins and needles, his jaw slackening just enough to part his lips. He drew in a ragged breath that finally matched his panic, a breath that felt like it had been denied to him for hours. He tried to sit up. His muscles ached, but they responded. The room was empty. The smell of tobacco was fading. The corner where the shadow had stood was nothing more than darkness now, colorless and plain. Chloe still slept beside him, undisturbed, her breathing steady, her hair spread across the pillow. The digital clock showed 3:19 a.m. The house was silent, the creaks dormant, the pressure gone. Mark sat there in the dark for a long moment, heart pounding, sweat cooling on his skin. Then he reached for the laptop with shaking hands, flipped it open, and pulled up the file. The screen illuminated his tired face, highlighting the lines of fear and determination carved there. He scrolled straight to the last row of the model. There it was, not glowing red this time, not highlighted by any software. Just a number that didn't belong, so close to what it should have been that his exhausted mind hadn't bothered to question it. A projection inflated by a duplicated percentage, carried through from a previous scenario that no longer applied. A value that, if presented, would make the entire pitch look suspicious, inflated, untrustworthy. Not as catastrophic as the earlier error, but bad enough. Bad enough to make his judgment look compromised. Bad enough to cost him not just the contract, but his reputation. He stared at it for a long moment, then corrected it. Not hurriedly, not distractedly, but with the slow, deliberate care of someone who understood that this was not just about numbers. It was about how he showed up in the world, what kind of man he let the job turn him into. He recalculated everything connected to that row, double-checked, then sat back and closed the laptop with a soft click. The house creaked, once above him. Not loud, not startling, just a small, satisfied sound from the wooden beams of the old ceiling, like a chuckle from far away. Mark lay back down, pulling the blanket up over his chest, and stared into the darkness. His body still trembled from the aftershocks of paralysis, but his mind felt unnervingly clear. He didn't know how any of this worked. Not really. He didn't know where the boundary was between grief and haunting, between a brain under strain and a soul that couldn't quite leave. But he knew this. His grandfather had not come back to drag him backward into small-town safety or sabotage his future out of spite. He had come back for one simple, stubborn reason. The same reason he had hovered over Mark's homework as a boy. The same reason he had rattled around this house in life, always fixing, always adjusting, always watching for cracks. He did not want Mark's life to be built on something that would fall apart. In the quiet that followed, Mark turned his head toward the empty corner of the room and whispered into the dark, voice unsteady, but full. "I see it now. Thank you." For the first time since they moved in, the house felt warm. Not because of the thermostat, not because of the blankets, but because somewhere, in the framework, in the dust, in the tobacco-stained walls, a tension Mark hadn't known he was living around seemed to release, as if an old pair of eyes had finally looked away, satisfied just long enough to let him sleep. He closed his eyes, and this time, the darkness did not press back. Mark woke before his alarm, long before the sun began pushing its pale winter light into the edges of the curtains. For a moment, he lay there in the stillness, trying to decide if he had slept at all or if his mind had simply slipped sideways into a quieter layer of wakefulness. His body felt heavy in the way a body feels after adrenaline drains out of it, but it moved when he told it to. No paralysis, no cold weight on his chest, no figure standing in the corner where he'd watched a shadow assemble itself into the outline of a man who had raised him. The air held no tobacco scent, no phantom choke of smoke, only the faint warmth of Chloe curled beside him, her hand draped lazily across his stomach as if anchoring him to something soft and living and entirely normal. He let himself lie there another minute, breathing slowly, feeling the subtle warmth of the bed seep back into his ribs. The digital clock read 6:04 a.m. He had less than 3 hours until the Zoom meeting, 3 hours to shower, rehearse, check his figures again, and pray that whatever strange threshold he'd crossed last night had given him the clarity he needed, rather than shattering his nerves entirely. Chloe stirred, mumbling something incoherent as she burrowed deeper into the pillow. He kissed her forehead gently, eased out of bed, and padded quietly toward the bathroom. The house felt different. Not lighter old houses never truly feel light, but aligned as though the beams had rested overnight, as though the old wood had settled into a more comfortable posture. The silence wasn't tense anymore. It felt like a room where someone was reading quietly behind a doorway, present but calm. Mark paused at the top of the stairs, hand resting against the rail polished by decades of Delaney palms. The dawn light hadn't yet reached the windows, but the faint outline of the hallway was visible, familiar, unchanged, and yet carried by a warmth he couldn't quite name. He whispered, barely audible, "Morning, Grandpa." Nothing answered, but nothing needed to. Chloe joined him in the kitchen half an hour later, hair damp from the shower, wrapped in Mark's old sweatshirt. She yawned dramatically as she poured coffee into 2 mismatched mugs. "I had the weirdest dreams," she muttered. Something about knocking. Mark looked up sharply. "Downstairs?" No, she said, waving a hand dismissively. "It was just in my dream. Probably all the creepy energy from last night got to me." "But you—" She set his coffee in front of him and sat beside him at the table, searching his face. "You look different. Calmer." He shrugged, but his eyes held the softness of someone who had survived a storm that no longer threatened to return. "I think I understand him now," he said quietly. "I think he was trying to keep me from screwing up my life." He opened his laptop. "And I think he was right." Chloe hesitated, then touched his hand. "And you're okay with that? With all of it?" Mark paused. The question wasn't judgment, just fear for him, wrapped in love. He turned his hand and threaded his fingers through hers. "I'm not afraid of him," he said softly. "I never was. I just didn't understand the message." She exhaled in relief, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Well, I hope he takes a break today. You've got a big meeting." Mark chuckled under his breath, glancing subtly toward the ceiling. "Yeah," he murmured. "I'm hoping he's off duty too." At 8:58 a.m., he joined the Zoom call. The screen lit with polished corporate backgrounds, crisp collars, executives arranged in neat squares. His heart hammered once, twice, then settled into a more determined rhythm. For the first 10 minutes, he let the conversation wash around him. The small talk, the project recaps, the ritual throat clearing of people preparing to judge the next hour of someone else's life. When it was his turn, he shared his screen. Slide 1 loaded cleanly. Slide 2 sharper than he remembered. Slide 3 crisp, balanced, airtight. He guided them through each step with a voice that felt steadier than his hands. He explained the projections, the user flow, the benefits, the risk mitigation, and when his cursor hovered over the financial model, his throat tightened. It was impossible not to think of the shadow pressing on his chest, of the finger pointing toward the laptop, of the whisper that had scraped through the dark urging him to check the last row. He clicked. The numbers shone back at him. Correct, precise, honest. Without that correction, without that intervention, however impossible, however unexplainable, he would have walked into this meeting with a ticking bomb disguised as confidence. Instead, he found himself speaking of the model with a clarity that surprised even him. When he finished, the executives asked questions, hard ones, technical ones, skeptical ones. He answered all of them, slowly, thoughtfully, not defensively, not desperately. And at the end of the call, when one of the directors leaned back and said, "Excellent presentation, Mark. We'll be following up this week," he felt the weight he'd been carrying for months lift off him like a fog burning away under the first light of morning. The call ended. The screen went silent. Mark closed the laptop and let out a long, shaking exhale. Chloe burst through the doorway before he could stand, arms thrown around his neck. "You crushed it," she breathed. "I could hear your confidence from upstairs. You sounded like you already had the job." Mark smiled, burying his face in her shoulder. "Maybe I did." But behind her warmth, behind the relief, behind the glow of victory, there was a deeper humming through the house, something old and watchful, but satisfied. That evening, when the sun dipped low and the winter sky washed the windows in soft rose gold, they stood together in the small parlor at the back of the house, the one with the old chest, where Mark's grandfather kept his military medals, and the framed photographs yellowing under cracked glass. Chloe lit a single stick of incense, the smoke curling upward in thin, wavering lines. Mark placed the old man's lighter beside the framed photo of him standing on the porch in his flannel shirt and boots, cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, both stern and gentle in the same expression. Chloe whispered, "Thank you," as she bowed her head. Mark whispered it too. The air warmed around them. They stood there in silence for a long while, letting the incense burn all the way down. The scent was soft, woody, nothing like tobacco. Yet the moment the last ember faded, the floorboard under the photograph shifted with a faint, creaking sigh, one that neither frightened nor surprised them. Chloe looked toward the ceiling. "I guess we're not alone here," she murmured. "We were never alone here," Mark replied softly. They turned off the lights, the parlor drifting into darkness, except for the fading glow of the sunset seeping in through the window. As they walked toward the living room, hand in hand, something gentle followed them, a soft, familiar creak, a barely audible tap, and a warmth in the air, like an old habit that refused to die. Later that night, as they settled into bed, Chloe flicked off the lamp and whispered, "Good night." Mark whispered it too. And from somewhere upstairs, somewhere near the window where an old man used to stand, smoking and watching over the house, a single floorboard answered with a soft, approving click, so subtle that Mark might have imagined it, so warm that even Chloe smiled in the dark, as if the house itself had wished them both a safe, honest future. The house exhaled and slept. And so the Delaney house grows still again, its beams settling, its walls easing back into their old familiar quiet, as if an old man finally decided that everything was in its proper place. Mark will never quite understand what crossed that threshold, what reached across the dark that night to tap his shoulder and correct a single number that could have wrecked his future. And maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe none of us do. Sometimes the people who raised us, the ones who patched our scraped knees, the ones who scolded us when we copied the wrong answer, the ones who stayed awake until we made it home, leave something of themselves behind, not to haunt, not to cling, just to make sure we're still walking the path they spent a lifetime trying to teach us. Tonight, that presence rests again. And if the house sighs in the dark, if a floorboard creaks by the window, if you catch the faintest trace of tobacco where it shouldn't be, maybe don't be afraid. It might just be someone checking in, someone who loved you, someone who isn't quite ready to stop looking out for you. Sleep well, and if you feel a tap on your shoulder tonight, maybe, just maybe, It's not a warning. Maybe it's someone saying, "You're doing all right."